It's my zone. We in a no, how you know? Zone. Anti-war. It's my zone. Anti-war. It's my zone. Anti-war. Anti-war. It's my zone. 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 Anti-war.
What up, y'all? Happy Sunday. My bad, y'all. I was on the phone with my sister, and I don't talk to her often. She just got back from Mexico, so we was just checking in. So I was like, okay, let me get off the phone. But what up, everybody? What's up, Diane, Mel, TNT, Ashley, Mimi, Tabani? What up, Jason? I see you was first in the chat. What up, Nia? What up, Killer Squad? What's up, Robin? What's up, Aaliyah? Who else did I miss? What's up, Lynn? What up, Tori? How my squad doing today? What's up, Gladys? What up, Swoosh? Charlena? What up, Richard? What's going on? Y'all know we got a lot to talk about. If I missed anybody, my bad, because I know we already behind. Let's address the mess. Y'all, the attention. This is why you got to have good discipline. Okay? Good discipline, because, man, I mean, you can't even say that. You got to be careful on who you decide to pay for to get pregnant. Let's say that. We can't even say, you got to be careful who you purchase these IVFs for, okay? Because he ain't even slip up, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was just like he paid for that. You got to really be careful who you pay for. The energy is dissipating in that sector because court is around the corner, and we already know that Charlene talks to her supporters, and she talks to her supporters, and she tell her supporters to leak all this bullshit information, and they do it to troll, and they do it because they want attention, and then she does it herself. Charlene never said she was moving out of state. Charlene plays on words for attention. She's a Pisces, and if you know anything about Pisces, they don't lie per se. They just don't tell you enough. They tell you enough for you to think on your own, and you take it wherever you want to take it, and however you take it is on them, but it's just enough for you to assume some shit. You feel me? What do I mean by that? I mean, Charlene never said she was moving out of state. She said she was going out of state. And a lot of people said it was for a birthday party. I really don't watch her stuff, but for what I see, this is my opinion on it. And this is my personal opinion. She's in Arizona because the place that she's supposed to move into is not ready yet. It won't be ready till the 1st. And and if she's there even longer in Arizona, she'll be there for a little bit until her place is ready. What's up, Tavares? I think she moving to Cali or Texas. Charlene is not moving nowhere. California, if she can't afford Vegas, she damn sure can't afford California. So let's just get that out the way. And then as far as Texas, she not moving nowhere unless she go to the court and she give her parental rights up. She ain't moving nowhere. They have a temporary court order for 50-50. In order for her to move, she got to get permission from the court. No, she didn't get permission from the court. I need a lot of y'all women to understand this. Just because you are a female, it does not mean you have leeway of the courts. Just because you are the mother, it does not mean you could do whatever the fuck you want to do. She is legally not allowed to move nowhere without the okay from their father and from the courts. CJ is legally protected from the bullshit. That's why you don't see CJ respond. That's why you don't see him say anything about this mess, because legally he's protected. Legally he is protected. So the shit that you see on the media It's shit that she's leaking out because she wants CJ to respond. Court is next month. Okay? Court is next month. And CJ has not done even a little bit of inkling to show that he's a bad parent. But Charlene has. What that is, none of my business to leak out. But she's definitely shown her part. And when it is all exposed and when it comes to a head, I don't want to hear y'all heifers in there saying, well, I didn't know. Yeah, you didn't know because you supported her because you felt like I'm a support a black woman on some dumb sisterhood bullshit. CJ don't need to respond to any of that because he already winning. He's already winning. He got 50-50 custody of his kids temporarily. And if anything changes, she will lose custody before he does. And in the meantime, and in between time, it's going to stay 50-50. Y'all can't be listening to these trolls on the internet. I keep telling you, that's the National Enquirer. Okay? All them channels is a National Enquirer. They don't have no facts, and they say it's for entertainment purposes only. If a channel is telling you that it's for entertainment purposes only, you better believe them, motherfuckers. You better believe them. As soon as people send me stuff and I see it, I keep scrolling because it ain't worth nothing. It ain't worth 2 dead flies smash. It's just a bunch of hyenas wanting attention. I heard PJ's live the other night, and I heard this old ass hyena complaining, why are you coming for a black woman? Why are you coming for a black woman? You mean the same woman who don't even claim she black? That one? That lady had no substance or no legitimate reason on why she was supporting that girl, except for the trauma bond response of her saying, I went through the same thing. We don't feel bad for you for choosing wrong. That's it happens. Choose right next time. Do better. So what you have is an old 60-year-old woman trying to preach, telling these young girls be independent, and she lonely her damn self. She miserable her damn self because she trauma bonding with a bitch that's close to her mid-30s who's struggling, not doing right by her children, putting herself and her emotions first. Because make no mistake, had this woman put her children first in the beginning, she would not be here. And I'm not saying staying in a relationship with CJ. If she didn't want to be in a relationship, period, okay, that's cool. But she's not putting her children first. She putting her needs first. Her putting her children first would have been her children being able to see their father. Would have been a better way to co-parent without the courts. That would have been putting your children first. That way, if you need some extra money and he's still in not only your children's life, but the father figure that you put into their lives, because I'm pretty sure Jalea and Leon and Nation didn't ask for CJ. That was what you wanted. So you brought this stranger into their lives to be a parent, to be a father figure, only to take it away. Because your feelings is hurt, because you decided to have babies with someone who is a cheater. And it wasn't no shock because you was picking him up from his girlfriend's house. So you couldn't have been that surprised. Am I right? It's too many of these women who think just because they a black woman, they got all this protection to do all this fuck shit. You don't have it. The jig is up. The jig is up. They're no longer, the society is no longer siding with women just because they're women. Y'all gonna have to let that go. The jig is up. You can no longer use your babies as pawns unless you're in Atlanta or closer down south and the man ain't got that much money. But if you on the West Coast though, it's a little bit easier. It amazes me how these women, they fight for their trauma. They're not fighting for Charlene. They're fighting for their trauma. That's right, Killer. It's equal opportunity out here now. It's equal. Y'all wanted equality. This is what y'all fought for, right? This is what y'all protested for, right? Equality. This is what equality looks like. Equality looks like no child support. Equality looks like if you need to take care of your child, you need to get your ass up and go get a job. That's what equality is, because he paying for his half. She paying for his half. He paying for his half. He not required to pay for your half. Go get a job. Go get some employment. Make more YouTube videos. The obsession with Charlene is a mixture of trauma bonding from these Black women. Hugh Tex, I already said it's going to be 50-50. I don't know what you're saying. Like, I need an adult, because we've already established that. Period. But if she doesn't just chill out, because a lot of information is something she's going to have to go up against. She's going to have to talk. They're going to have to address the fact that she tried to set up her children's father with CPS. And this is what pisses me off about these women in the sisterhood. Y'all talk about Black women this, Black women that. Don't give a fuck about Black men. And y'all support white supremacy. Y'all love to call white zaddy to get y'all way. Y'all love to call white zaddy to get y'all way, but y'all independent though, right? Y'all independent though, right? But y'all gotta call white zaddy to help you. Ain't no way Charlene should be in people DMs asking other people to call CPS making false claims. We not gonna forget that happened. We just not gonna forget that. You, no matter how many times you want to play the victim and say that Lexi is allegedly abusing your children and you just want so much drama, it's not going to change the fact. It's not going to change the fact that you single-handedly text a supporter and told that supporter to call CPS and make a false claim that is documented, and it's proof that it's you. So, I mean, I don't know why she feels like deflecting on social media is going to protect her from the courts, because it's not. It's not. It's not going to protect her from the court. I mean, it's cute. It's cute, but it's, I mean, we're not the judge and jury here. Miss Tony, I don't think she has an option. I believe her going to Arizona was her only option. It wasn't nobody really she could crash at until that house, whatever house she living in, is ready. Until that house is ready, she got to be in Arizona. Don't believe the hype. She did what she needed to do. She had to go somewhere to stay for a little bit until wherever house she moving to in Vegas, and probably not, you know, somewhere in Nevada, okay, is ready. Swoosh, Rico don't have a home. Okay, she was visiting that man in Colorado at one point. That's alleged. And not with Ice around. Ice got Rico busy. Rico got stuff to do. She claimed that it was the kids making this channel, but her channel boring as hell, and she got them damn kids. Exactly. So, oops. She's not smart. And even the people that she claimed bashes her, we give her advice. Jason told you the same thing I was thinking. Y'all bragging about taking CJ's chair to Goodwill when y'all could have auctioned it off on eBay and got some bread. You don't have no friends for real. You gonna give it to the Goodwill for free? Girl, what? Did you at least get a tax write-off receipt? Oh God. I just mm, 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 mm. Yes, Miss Diva, it's on my shorts. I posted it on my shorts. I got the clip on my shorts. But you know, we all know Lexi didn't harm that child. She's just using it as a ploy. And Daya has told me so. If that girl ain't told you nothing, stop coaching the kids. Y'all seen that video that I posted of that little girl who was laying there and her mom was coaching her, telling her to tell the people that a man touched her and she clearly didn't. That's what it's giving. That's what it's giving. She could have auctioned that off. Yeah, she could have raffled it. She could have did a lot. She could have used it on Jalea's channel. If they get a certain amount of subscribers, they can raffle that chair off. Do you know how many? I mean, y'all living off a CJ name anyway. You might as well get some coin. You know what I'm saying? Like that, just dumb moves left and right. You know you need the money. Who are you kidding? You know, because when she was with CJ and they had to move, they had Airbnbs before they got to the place before it's ready. Not her. She got to go to relatives' house. Oh, yeah. She going to tear her ass up in court. It's too many things against her. It's not even funny. Y'all can have that wool over her eyes because y'all her supporters because she a black woman and hear her roar. But y'all going to learn real quick that none of that shit matters. Nation not gonna say nothing. Nation's still trying to get approval from her mother because she knows she not the favorite. I'm not shocked. Court's not over. Court is not happening until November. It's next month. It's next month. So, I mean, she's having her supporters leak out false information to get attention, and it's not working because we know the real tea. You can't, like, you know, public opinion don't even matter anyway. Like, public opinion does not matter anyway. Like, so when you see the National Enquirer post, ignore them. They just saying stuff. Do you know how long they've been saying? Y'all, it's been like 2 months. Let's be real. It's been like 2 months they've been saying CJ's got to pay child support and Charlene won. Hasn't it been 2 months? Haven't we heard this story already? Ain't it been 2 months? Y'all, come on now. It's been like a month or two since they've been saying, I could go back and scroll. All right, killer. I got you. It's time for me to cam up. Like I said, I was on the phone with my sister, so I didn't do nothing to my hair. So y'all could talk shit in advance. Fuck y'all. And there you go. Okay. Ignore my hair, please. But yeah. Refresh your page, boss lady. 3 months. It's been 3 months. 3 months they've been saying Charlene won. Girl, please. 3 months. Royalty got a lawyer too. Okay. What does that mean? Girl, I got a story time for this hair, child. I got a story time for this hair. It's ghetto. Q-Tex, what? We know she has a lawyer. I mean, duh. Right. We all got lawyers. Like, what are you talking about? Yes, we know she got a lawyer. We're aware of that. somebody help this person. It's not even about who got a lawyer and who don't got a lawyer, Hugh Tex. Let's be honest. It's not about that. She not playing fair. She not doing right by her kids. She using the kids as pawns. The reality of it is these kids need their father and they need their mother. Hell, didn't she make a post talking about it take a mother and a father? Like, so the point is they shouldn't even have to go to court. Court should have never been an option. They should have just went ahead and did what they needed to do. Like and that man begged that woman, let's do this outside of the courts. He begged her. He begged her. He told like I don't want to go to court. It's so many videos of that man telling her, I don't want to go to court. I want to do it outside of court. I just want to see my kids. Let me see my kids. Whatever we need to do, let me see my kids. Can I be a part of their birthday party? Like he's done all of that. Like, what are you talking about? She's, you know what? Even her own supporters are questioning her stability and how much she's moving those kids. They ain't no military brats. Ain't no reason they should be moving that much. Okay? They are not no military brats. There's no reason why they should be moving that much. She's attempting to, but it's not working. Yep. Hold on, y'all. Let me get the link. Is PJ's live still up from last night? Charlene got all the wrong information. She got all the wrong information. She was fed the feminism lie. Okay, let me give y'all a breakdown what the feminism lie is. Okay, women can do it all, which is a facade anyway, because when women say that women can do it all, they really mean, like, there was a video, I don't know if you guys seen it. There was a video of this woman bragging about how she was an independent woman, and her counterpart, her male counterpart, questioned her and say, "Don't you get alimony?" And she was like, so this feminism, y'all be buying into women got all these rights and everything. They screwing y'all over. Okay. Now y'all see why a lot of these white women are mad. Okay. They screwing y'all done bought the banana in the tailpipe, then split up your homes and destroyed your homes, and here we are. Okay. That feminism shit is dead in the water. The feminism told Charlene and her tacky mama that if she get child support, she can get money for those twins. She can make $10,000 a month, $25,000 a month. Look at all the people who are suffering, like Anthony Anderson and a couple other people. Okay. She thought she was going to get that kind of bag. She thought she was going to get that kind of bag. She didn't know that a wife was a requirement. She didn't know that. She thought if I just had this man babies, I could have a permanent paycheck. There's a lot of women out here who would rather be a baby mama than be a wife. And let me tell you why they rather be a baby mama than a wife. They live in the guise of the fear that the man could leave at any time. Children can't really leave. They're your kids. Where the fuck are they going to go? So they feel like the child, thank you, boss lady. They feel like the child can't leave them. They feel like the child can't leave them. So they rather have the child than the man. What up, PJ? I'm about to review PJ's live real quick. Let me get that video up. Hold on. I'm about to review your live real quick, PJ, because I was driving when you was talking to old girl, I was like, what the hell is going on? All right, hold on. Hold on. She keep listening to these women. No, you can get this. She ain't got nothing yet. I would have stopped listening to these hoes long time ago. You didn't get no money from any of this. Like, you're really losing. Okay, hold on.
Hey, what's up? Did you just call the everyday PJ? Tell him why you're mad. Everybody.
You're not a man, and I have witnessed. Okay, look.
All right, all right, all right. Tell us why you're mad. Okay? Y'all feel free to call in. I'm gonna drop the number in the chat again if y'all anybody want to call in. We getting to it, baby.
Yes,
We getting to it. It's a lot of people that got a lot to say about this. You know, you can't just get off what you want to say in the comments. You know, we can let the world know. We can let the world know. Cause it ain't just me. You know, I don't do this by myself. Everybody see what's going on. You know, to take the kids away from their father, man, we all mad. Somebody call in. Call in, tell us why you mad. We got another one.
All right, y'all listen to this.
I didn't hear the name, but we're going. Hello, who am I speaking with?
Yeah, just taking views for PJ.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm calling about every time I come on your channel, all this negativity about.
Look, okay. First thing she said, I'm calling because with your channel, all this negativity. When you hear somebody come to your channel and they say you're always negative, they just don't want to hear the truth. No matter how nice, people came for Kevin Samuels, they came for a lot of people, including their leader, what's that? Tyler Perry. Okay. Everybody done told the sisterhood what they doing is something that they not supposed to be doing. And every time they hear that, they get mad. They say it's negative. They say it's negativity. They just don't want to hear it. They just want to be out here hooping and hollering. And I got another clip that I'm going to show y'all because it's Soul Session Sunday. I will show y'all. They don't give a damn about the delivery. You can say it as nice as you want to. They just don't want to hear it. Okay? So let's listen why she mad. She said negativity. That was the first one. That was the shame tactics.
Oh, okay. Well, I speak about. Okay, y'all feel free to call in. I'm gonna drop the number in the chat again if y'all get right back at you. You don't know me. You know, to take the kids away from their father, man. We all mad. Somebody call in. Call in, tell us why you mad. We got another one.
Yeah, this is the shaming tactics. They like to shame. And the negativity about a black woman.
I didn't hear the name, but we're going.
Ass.
Hello, who am I speaking with?
Yeah, just taking views for PJ.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm calling about.
Okay, so this is how I gotta dissect this. I'm sorry, I gotta really dissect this shit. She already coming off aggressive and fucked up. You know why? Because you're calling somebody on their show and they're asking who you are. You're not about to tell them who you are. You about to tell them what's on your mind type shit. Y'all catch that energy? Yes, is this PJ? Who are you? Hello, thank you for calling in PJ show. Who am I speaking with? She knew she was going to say some dumb shit. She knew she was going to be out of order. She knew she was going to be fucked up. That's why she didn't want to tell her name. Yes, shame, insult, guilt, and need to be right. No greetings, no hi, no nothing. You talking to a grown-ass man, and he ain't said, bitch, who is this? He ain't say no type of nothing disrespectful to you, and you already coming off here acting crazy like that. Just know, hey, you know, Hi, my name is so and so. Let me tell you while I'm upset. Is this so and so? Cause let me tell you something. I wish y'all would stop. Y'all don't even know how to be ladies anymore. Y'all don't even know how to talk to people anymore. Y'all just come off aggressive, ready to fight. Isn't it exhausting being angry all the goddamn time? Yeah, her voice was shaky. She act like they was about to fight in the street. They she was ready, wasn't she? It just was unnecessary energy. If you wanted to have a conversation, you can have a conversation, but this man just asked who you were and now you don't know your name. Okay, let's continue.
I'm calling about every time I come on your channel, all this negativity about one black woman. What's going on?
Oh, okay. Well, I speak.
She said negativity about one black woman. What's going on? Like she gonna do anything about it. Like she gonna like what we need to do. Girl, calm down. Calm down. Shout the ghetto. Woo.
About multiple women.
Yeah, but you speak about royalty every day. How would you feel if I pulled your channel?
Look, you speak about royalty every day. PJ does not speak about Charlene every day. You can clearly look at his videos and see that he does not speak of this woman every day. As a matter of fact, it was like a couple of weeks in where we did not, nobody on this side spoke about that woman. So what are you talking about? You see what I'm saying about the shame, insults, guilts, and need to be right? This is why this woman is alone right now. I knew she was single when she said she had the same problem. And I bet you she did the same thing. Keep them kids away from their father because she didn't want to discuss anything about the kids. She didn't want to talk about that. She just want to talk about the trauma that she had. I mean, that's probably PJ, probably the wrong man you talking to. You need to talk to the man you had babies with, ma'am.
How would you take that?
How would I? You know what? I just get right back at you. You don't know me. I get.
How would you get back at me?
Okay. All right. Well, why don't you create a YouTube channel and come at me, and then you could come at me, and then I can come at you. How about you do that?
Oh, so we got it. So what is this all about? Money?
It's not even. Wait. First of all, it's not even about a black woman. It's not even. I don't talk about her as a black woman. I don't even talk about her children. I don't even talk about her children. Hold on. What? I take care of mine too. And
look, you have a child yourself. This is you talk about her kids too. She just throwing everything. She done jumbled because PJ don't talk about the kids. Okay, the people who've mentioned the children has been Jason. I've addressed a few things that I didn't like of the behavior of the children or how the children were treated, either or. And Des has addressed a few things. Nobody bashed the children. We did speak on their behavior, but nobody just deliberately just talk trash about the children. But she continues to use these shaming and insult. What if it was you? Man, what do you want? What do you want? Because if you're trying to prove the point that Charlene should be left alone, you're not doing it in a very elegant way. You're proof that there's more women out there like you, which is her. And that's why you are trauma bonded to it. I wish that woman would click the link right now on my StreamYard. I really wish. It's right there. Go ahead and click it. I really wish, because that's embarrassing to know a woman of that age has that mindset. And she bleeding that information on everybody. She bleeding it on everybody because she's trauma bonded. It's disgusting.
And my child support paid. Hey, cause look who she do.
I'm gonna tell y'all right now, PJ don't care. He don't care. He was like, I pay my child support. At this point, PJ has emotionally and mentally checked out. He's responding to her, but he's basically on autopilot. He didn't already clicked off. He don't care about nothing this woman talk about. She just pouring her heart out. He do not care, because he's like, men don't really go back and forth with the dumb shit. They're like, oh, okay. When you hear a nigga, all right, you'll hear that from a man, all right, because they don't care at this point. You can't do nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? So let's continue.
Do you watch her? Do you watch her?
Did you hear that? Did you hear what she said? You come with your wife to come and fight me. So we're supposed to give respect to an elderly Black woman who tells PJ to bring another Black woman she's never even met and had a conversation for to fight her for a woman you never met? I need an adult. I need an adult. Did you hear what she said? I'll come up here and get your wife to come fight me. That's how you resolve stuff? These are the Black women that these men out here got to deal with. These are the women that these Black men are talking about. How you resolve your problems at your old ass age is fighting. It's never that serious. So you want to fight PJ and his wife, and not just one of them, both of them. This woman thinks she's so Billy badass, she can beat up his wife and she can beat PJ up. What is going on? What's the problem? Like, you think you that Billy badass, you could beat up PJ's grown ass, and you can beat up his wife too. Over a woman you don't even know. This is that deep for you. You need to go sit on somebody's couch, ma'am. You need to go sit on somebody's couch. Okay, because PJ is not the one you mad at. You need to go seek some professional help. I wish I would get in the street and call a YouTube creator and say, I'm going to fight you on the strength of a motherfucker I don't know and never seen in my life and never had a conversation with because I'm trauma bonded. I wish the fuck I would. Facts, Connie. Very, very masculine. And then let's just say for giggles and chuckles, because women who talk to men like PJ like this know what type of men like PJ is. And what I mean by that is she know PJ not gonna do that. But if PJ was one of these roughneck rah-rah niggas, if PJ probably was old PJ, okay, and was on demon time, what's happening, she would not have this energy. She would not have this energy. Women are tough until it get real in the streets. You masculine until it's time to be masculine. And if PJ would knock you out on the ground, you'll be all over YouTube. He hit me. He put his hands on me. Girl, what? Okay, I feel, man, it's so wrong that Kevin Samuels is gone, because he would be having a motherfucking cakewalk with this shit. You want to fight a grown man and his wife? How you think that's gonna work out for you? Realistically, let's just take that in. How you really think that's gonna work for you, girl? What? This is how crazy these women are. They can think they could whoop a man's ass. You cannot whoop a man's ass, ma'am. It sounds good over the internet, but that's all they do. And this is an older woman, crazy as hell. These are hyenas. These are the Gen Xers and the baby boomers who bred the millennial hyenas. Right. She gonna be just like that brick lady, even though the lady never even got hit in the face with the brick. That lady said she was a retired school teacher who's teaching our children. I swear. Okay. Like, this is a hot ass mess. How is this okay? This is what you want to be represented as a Black woman. Congratulations. Congratulations. If we already didn't have a stench on us. When people think of Black women, they don't think of Felicia Rashad. They don't think of all these prominent women who's out there doing it. They don't think of LeBron James' wife. Okay? They think of Suki questioning why she licking ass on Twitter. They look to women like that old lady right there, calling, talking like that, ready to fight men with this masculine, tough energy. Let's continue.
Do you watch her? So do do you think it's a good idea that she takes her kids across state lines when she has a father that
What would you do? If you bring her worst enemy into there, you make a song.
She said if you bring her worst enemy, like Charlene don't really be having enemies out here like that. Her worst enemy. This is a man she not only laid with, but she, you can't even say laid down with. Not only did she have sex with this man, she went through a whole untying her tubes surgery to have babies with this man. That wasn't like she just slept with him and got pregnant type situation. She went to ends length to have this man's child, but that's her enemy. Whose fault is that this woman is going all the way to Los Angeles to have surgery because she tied her tubes? Uh-oh. Who is this? Shout out to Tish. Shout out to Tish. You know, we got to pause it for a little bit. Hold up. Thank you for the contributions. Let's get them contributions started now. Let me get it going.
I know a bitch that's mad, waking up sad, cause a bitch can't fuck with me. I know a hoe that's pressed, waking up stressed, cause a bitch can't fuck with me. I know a bitch wanna fight, and I'm just like, bitch, you just can't fuck with me. I know a bitch that's pressed.
And that's facts, Triesha. We got her name, Triesha, in the building. My apologies for saying your name wrong this whole time. Okay, but we got it now. Triesha. All right, Triesha, let's get it popping, girl. The thing is this. Charlene is her worst enemy. You calling this man her worst enemy? She stayed with her worst enemy for 9 years. She was never abused. We already seen the one who put the hands on who. You know what I'm saying? Like, we didn't already seen this. She got to take accountability. She went and got the surgery process done. She went and got her tubes untied. She had him pay for that. So where is the accountability? Maybe she shouldn't have never had children with this man. Wouldn't that be what it is if you seen that the man cheated? Because he's cheated allegedly prior to you guys even having babies. But you thought babies was going to fix things, or you can have a payout. You thought something. So we supposed to feel bad for you now? Girl, what?
Who's the worst enemy? Who's the worst enemy?
To beat up a doll? Did you hear that? You get your baby mama and your girlfriend to beat up a doll. Girl, what? Who was in the video telling the girl to come downstairs, come down the street to fight her? No accountability. None. She was on Instagram Live talking about come downstairs. Okay? She did that. There's no accountability. None. Charlene asked for that fight. She requested it. She told her to come. Left, came right back. Nobody stopped her. Nobody told her it wasn't a good idea. And her mama was right there with her fighting with her children in the car. And that's on the fault of CJ? This is what I say. This is why that woman's alone right now. I hope the bitch got a dog. Listen to this. I'm gonna go back a little bit. Let me go back a little bit.
Watch her. So are you accept? Are you? Do you think it's a good idea that she takes her kids across state lines when she has a father that? Who's the worst enemy? Who's the worst enemy?
You got a man that I have witnessed him send this man $500 specialized for little girl. Julia is a little girl.
Listen. You over here hitting talking points, but you're not talking about the real thing. You're not talking about. I'm talking about Charlene. I'm not talking about her kids.
I have dealt with a man like CJ, but one thing about not.
Whose fault is that then? Whose fault is that?
It's not my fault.
That you dealt with him? It's your man.
But I would never have a man like you to symbolize every day and knock me like you do now.
Listen, I don't knock my woman. My woman does well.
You get Nike and Katie to come into town. You get them to come into town when you know the same carpet that give that girl some time to break.
Charlene don't run the town. She don't run the town. So Nike and Tavy aren't allowed to live in Vegas because Charlene was there first. Like, she's not making any sense. She's such a victim. And then turn around and say, I've done great for myself. I'm a homeowner. I would never let that happen to me. That's the point. She just proved my point. She need therapy.
Okay.
You have a daughter. Suppose to have your daughter when she gets older. What you want to do?
Okay, tell us why you mad.
I'm mad because I'm sick every time this is a black person. Would you all this Black Lives
So would you rather me talk?
Did she? No, she didn't say Black Lives Matter. Girl, what? Black Lives Matter, but that black man don't. Ignore the fact that he almost got murdered and she's sending CPS to his house. Ignore it. No, Black Lives. Girl, what? This woman crazy as hell. Great. She has no substance.
Talk about white people. Do you
her against all us? Her against all us, like she don't have YouTube creators out there for her. Is she alone? Because she has a lot of people rooting for her. She has a lot of people rooting enough for them to search people's backgrounds, look them up, and this is documented. None of this is alleged, okay? She having people look up YouTube creators. How is she alone? Who is that? Is that her being her? Like, what are you talking about? We all know the YouTube creator she got on here spreading this propaganda. What you talking about? And it's just only her. Do you have cataracts, ma'am? Yeah, she laughing on live about CJ getting shot. And Charlene by her lonesome? I don't think so. The lengths they go to make her a victim is crazy.
Hold on. Let me ask you this. Has any one of her supporters came out and gave her good advice? Well, this is your chance to give us some good advice. You over here arguing with me, but you won't even go give her good advice. That's crazy.
She by herself, but she has her mom. She has her brother. She has her kids. She has her friends that she posts to her being at the club. She has Rico when he feel like it. She has all these YouTube creators who continuously post propaganda. How is she alone, ma'am? She got more people than you do. She got more people behind her than you do. I bet you if we ask any of their kids, any of her kids, would they want a woman like her, they would say no. Facts. Facts. That's real facts. Child the ghetto.
I'm a teacher how to handle this type of situation. Why her movie?
So-
Y'all should be glad she moving. Y'all don't like her, so why y'all not glad she moving? She started over.
No, but that doesn't.
Look, why aren't you glad she's moving? She's starting over. How many times has this woman started over, y'all? Don't worry. I'll wait. And it's not just her starting over. It's her children starting over. In the past year, her children, this is the third school that they're in. So they have to remake new friends, refigure things out. This is the third school they're going to be attending now. What do you mean happy that she started over? She's always starting over. It's never a time when we did not see this woman not start over. That's unstable. And if she was doing right, you wouldn't even need to help her. You would be like, she doing her thing, but you're questioning what she's doing. I wish I was there so I can help her. Why do you need to help her, ma'am? Because you know she's not doing right. You know she's not doing right. You know there's other things she can do, like ignore this situation and just go ahead and do what she needs to do for her children and level the fuck up. You know that's a better option. You know co-parenting is a better option. You know that. What up, AB? How you doing, beautiful? Keep them vlogs, girl. It's Vlogtober. Y'all go subscribe to AB Empire if you have not already. It's Vlogtober. She gonna come with the vlogs. I am here for it. I cannot wait. It's trauma bonding.
To change the situation, you're moving your kids away from their father, who takes care of them. She not moving them away. Why did she move? Why didn't she move when she had Jamie? Why did she move then? Jamie wasn't taking care of the
I
kid.
don't know. You don't know the true situation about that. Y'all keep talking about Jamie. Jamie has 16 years.
Thank you, Dad.
So y'all just thinking something that's not reality.
It happened.
Leslie was wrong. She shouldn't have grabbed the child home. I feel like y'all.
Okay, all right, listen.
See, and that's what they do when they can't say what they need to say. When they're out of moves, they move the goalpost and go to the next subject. They hop to the next subject and hop to the next subject. They never stay on the same subject. When he's questioning her about the kids and when he's questioning her about some real shit, she don't know how to answer. It's some old lady who called in to PJ's live last night. PJ had a tell us why you mad type situation, and he let a lot of people call in, and they called in, and she was talking about why she was mad, and she ain't had no substance. Okay. What up, Des? I heard someone say Charlene has pretty privilege. Do you think that's why somebody? I've been saying that from the beginning. She has pretty privilege. They think just because Charlene is pretty, she can do whatever the hell she wants. And it's like whatever she does, it's not beneficial to the kids. Like it's not, especially with you having a little son. You doing like these little exotic pictures of your ass out, talking about exclusive content. You're not even thinking about your child, ma'am. You don't know what school y'all going to next. You don't know what type of kids they are. They might not like CJ So Cool or the cool kids. They might not like any of that. And they may take that opportunity to say, oh, look, I get to pay $10 to see your mama half naked. You don't consider any of that. No, but it's what the woman wants, right? It's what it's about how she feel, right? She keep them cheeks out, honey. You know what I think about when I seen that picture? And y'all go laugh at me. Y'all seen that thing that the Boondocks when he had those rappers and that song was like booty butt cheeks, booty 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 booty. That song come to my head every time I see that picture. Don't come for me, y'all. I promise you it does. I don't know why it does, but I hear that song every time I see that picture. Because what are you doing? What are you doing? She is delusional. No, they cannot fuck with us. No, not at all, Des. Not even a little bit. They try. It be sad too. Yeah, that lady was tripping. Hold on, y'all. Let me get down to the comments. Girl, she not thinking about her kids getting bullied. Like, kids is cruel. No, but to some people who may not, look a certain way, that could be a possibility. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Okay. All right, let's do this. Men, where the men at? PJ, you said she's a slight 7, but let's do it the Kevin Samuels way. It can't be a 7. So, what's your rank? What's your rank? What's your rank? Because she's definitely not a high value woman. That's out the door. The kids knock her down a peg. Pretty privilege until she speaks. Oh my God. Let me see if I can find it. I'm gonna find that song. I'm gonna play that song. What up, Des? What up, J-Way? She pretty when she has meat on her bones. She just looked dope. You know what? That's too much. Did he 5 with makeup? You know what? You know the rules. It's fresh out the shower, fresh face. Then we ain't say nothing about makeup. Y'all remixing the rules. Babe, you said a 5? 5 kids, no job, or 5 kids with no job or education. She the lowest on the scale. Lord have mercy. Not with no 7, PJ. Not with no 7. Nigga, you gave her a 7. Okay, he said a 4. All right. I'll give her a little higher than a 5. Not her BBL broke. What is wrong with y'all in the chat? Okay, somebody said a 4. Babe said, then when she opened her mouth, a 3. Y'all messing me up in it. Y'all is burnt. Right? Hey, what's the point of having money if you don't fix things? After 5, she's a bath. Richard said 3.5. After she's at 5 after a bath. Okay. Richard said 3.5. We got a couple of 3s in here. Personality makes her ugly to me at 3. Not a 1. You went down to the 1? Oh, Lord. Oh, my goodness. Not Charlene looked like Felicia from Friday. 2 when she got the face tattoo. A 3. Y'all is burnt out. Oh, my God. Oh my God. Miss Telly, did you say if I was a man, a 0? I mean, men will still smash. They'll smash. Don't get it twisted. Men will still smash. Okay, Smokey said a 3. Robin says Charlene's an 8. Y'all are silly. Y'all are silly, not ugly. Y'all are silly. She not ugly. She is cool. She a cool 8. She not bad. Ashlyn, there's a reason why I'm telling the men to rate it. Women, we're going to give her the benefit of the doubt. Men have seen many women. They have slept with many of women. They're not going to be that impressed. That's why I say men need to do it. I know I see women rating, but do y'all notice the women are ranking higher than the men? Come on now. That we got to ask the men. The men are the ones the men's are the one that's doing it. And they talk about me having 6 kids, an education, ghetto married in my 2-bedroom apartment. Oh, and we put our kids first and not our emotions. Right. They try to portray Charlene as something she's not. Now, if she would have went and got her high school diploma during this time, because it's been a year, okay, got her high school diploma during this time, pulled off Bossetta instead of trying to do Bossetta around the time CJ's done his shoes. Everything she's done has been surrounded by CJ's energy. She has never done anything outside herself. Bossetta was a boss never. Okay, so it came and went. Not only was Bossetta a boss never, she took advantage from yet another one of her supporters who was willing to help her. The lady found the venues. She set her up with all of the appointments. She did all of that, tried to show this woman. And this is what I'm saying, the problem with these women with this pretty privilege situation. These women who were siding with Charlene, who was her supporter, was on the strength that she was pretty, she was a woman. Because I ain't see no YouTube channels created behind Nike when Nike was going through what she was going through. Why is that? Nike went through some of the situations that Charlene says she's going through. Nobody heard Nike when Nike was complaining about the mistreatment of Kamari, and there was definite evidence of mistreatment with that. Didn't they say this woman made Kamari do push-ups for asking for lasagna, and she talking about grabbing somebody's arm to take somebody to timeout? There was no grievances for that. Like, there was nothing. Nobody said anything. But y'all really ride for black women? I call it cap. Because here's a black married woman on my screen right now talking about how they're telling her she has she's ghetto, she lives in a 2-bedroom apartment, and she's married and she's taking care of her kids. First of all, I've seen her house. Okay, so if they did something different with these 2-bedroom apartments to where they have an upstairs, downstairs, and multiple rooms, y'all motherfuckers can't count. Because that damn sure wasn't a 2-bedroom apartment. And this woman is married and taking care of her kids, and her husband is taking care of the kids. It's a unit. It's a black family. It's a whole unit. Something y'all should be rooting for, because those kids are in a 2-parent loving home with 2 loving adults who give them everything they want and need. And y'all bashing her, but y'all for black women? Oh, okay. That's why I call cap. Y'all hyenas make my ass itch. I'm not gonna hate. She beautiful, but her attitude, and you know what? Men will do that. They will see a woman that's pretty, like what's that lady who got headbutted by Ocho Cinco? I don't remember her name, but a lot of men thought she was pretty till she opened her mouth and started popping her coochie on camera, and they just wasn't excited anymore. I've been saying that. Oh, you echoing.
Oh, hey, hon.
Hey.
When you said booty butt cheese, I was thinking about Thugnificent.
Magnificent. Okay, so you know what I'm talking
Booty
about.
butt, booty
Booty
butt,
butt
booty
cheeks.
butt.
Booty, booty.
Woo!
Oh
Girl, I watched that darn show like it
I'm
was
gonna play
nothing.
it before we leave. I'm gonna play it before we leave, but that's all I could think of.
Shoot.
That's all I could think of. The booty butt cheeks was crazy.
No, the one that said homies over hoes.
AB says she can't be no higher than 5 without an education. But I want y'all to listen to the men because men have obviously gonna have a different perspective. We as women, we do be lenient towards other women. We do be a little bit nicer. That's why when we start calling other women out, we get called pick me's, pygmishas. We get called all this stuff. Ignore the fact that we're married, we're happy, our children are happy. We're doing everything we can to make sure that our children grow up and have prominent lives and beautiful families. Ignore that, because who cares? We ain't showing our butts on passes. So we ain't in no bathing shoots showing ass crack. So I guess we don't fit the bill, Des. we don't fit the bill. She looked like olive oil from Popeye. You know what? A 7 before the Coke. It can't be a 7.
Not olive oil, man.
Y'all are stupid in this chat. Y'all really stupid in this chat. Not a -1. Oh my God. Jason already got a damn theme song saying she average at best. Men will smash anything after 2 a.m. Yes, y'all will. -1. It's not about the outside, it's about the inside. They'll all burn. But that's a woman's perspective. Okay. Men think somewhat on that length, but if they drunk and there's something to do, they gonna do it.
Don't hit it.
They gonna get it cracking. Charlene is 5. She's average. Mm-hmm. Okay, so everybody's saying she's average. All right. Average. So we got some 5s, some 4s, and some 3s, 3.4s.
Some -1s.
They're ranking her. The men in the chat are supposed to be ranking. The women are chiming in, which is fine, but this nigga says she's an 8. 5 kids, Tanya, Van, and herself. You know what, 6? That was not the question. Your husband said a 5? Okay. You got to factor in age. 30, you lose 1 point. Yeah, she is up in age. And then the kids, they, you know.
Deb said CJ even paid for her teeth.
Yes, PJ paid her everything. He created her on who she was. And you can tell when a man creates the woman because when the man leaves, the woman has nothing to fend for. She has nothing to do. She has no personality. She has nothing of her own. If she did, I would say, as far as supporters wise, Charlene has 54,000 organic supporters. And a lot of that is trauma bonding, but it's still organic. The rest is CJ. That's just my opinion. She needed that man to get where she's at. And now that he's gone, she doesn't know how to keep her head above water. That's just the definition of it. Yes, her name is Triesha, okay? Girl, she lies all the time. The fact that she said she had to pay for the records to be closed and it literally said the plaintiff paid for that is crazy. We know she ain't no damn plaintiff. Charlene,
She got to make it look good. She got to make it look good for her fans.
That's true. You know what? And that's true. If Charlene was like, she had the opportunity to bounce back, but she was so indulged in what CJ is going on. she was so indulgent with CJ was going, what was going on with CJ, that she missed the opportunity. She screenshotting rappers in her DMs, and they just wanted to smash. They wasn't really trying to wife her up and take care of her kids. That ship has sailed. They lying saying Charlene is moving with Rico. Lord, they didn't say. Well, they're trying to use that to get a rise out of CJ, and it's not gonna work. They can have all the fun that they want to say this week, and come next Thursday, those kids better be at the drop off. Period. I mean, it's cute, but they're just trying to get a rise. They want CJ's attention. That's how you know they losing. Yeah, Evelyn. Yeah, I never can remember her name, but all I can remember is how she was talking about, I got a fat mother, you know, doing. I'm like, girl, what? Why you doing that? Erica Mina too. Like, why are y'all doing that? Like, what is that? Okay, I don't get it. I don't understand how that's women liberation. And you know what? Kevin Samuels did a video about how Cosmo and all these other magazines were trying to push the feminist movement, saying that you need multiple men and all this other stuff just to sell ads in the paper. And a lot of these women fell for that. Something to do when there's nothing to do. I like that one. I think I'm behind on the chat. Hold on. Let me finish this video. Hold on. And I'm going to try to catch up with the chat. Yeah, he did build her ass.
If I was to pull the grab a tail off in my class and put it in time of the person we up there to fight me. Physically fight me.
Okay.
You know that.
All right. Well, thank you for calling. Thank you.
I would be charged. The police, when she black tail, y'all say the protest, and everything else. Now she was wrong. She just said she was wrong. She didn't make the grade for honor. And that was it. Y'all make, oh, she didn't make, come on now.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for calling in and telling us why you're mad. We appreciate your support. You have a good day. All right, bye.
Look, he didn't been nothing but respectful. He told her, we appreciate your support, and she still talk. You ain't do enough for support, and da 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 da. This man is respecting you. This is why when the gangster music came out, you would hear Corrupt would always say, a bitch is a hoe's a hoe. Okay, there's a way you talk to bitches and there's a way you talk to hoes. Sometimes you talk to them the same way, but that's what that old lady is giving. She's not a black woman at all. The representation of black woman is definitely not Charlene. Definitely not her. She's still insulting this man to the end of the phone call. And he's like, well, thank you. He can't even get a word out. I just shout out the ghetto. And these old hyenas, old bed bugs. Hold on, I'm trying to catch up. Not the bandana. So that was PJ's call. Hold on. Shout out to PJ. Hold on, y'all.
He's coming, you guys! Everybody get ready! Oh my gosh, totally, you know, like, oh my gosh. Wait. I know that song. Magnificent.
All I hear.
Oh man,
that's all I hear is booty butt cheeks. I'm gonna start calling her Miss Booty Butt Cheeks, because girl, what are you doing? Like, You are for the when CJ said she is for the streets, I'm telling you, he meant every little bit of the word. She is definitely for the streets. That hold on. Let me do that's all I hear is the booty butt cheeks. That's what it's giving. Hold on. There was something I wanted to listen to real quick. It was something I wanted to listen to real quick. Let me go to it. This was. Hold on.
From BBL to booty butt cheeks.
I'm telling you, like, I just that's all I hear when I see that. It's literally all I hear is booty butt cheeks. Oh my! Did you say BBC dance? Charlene is shaped just like PJ. Y'all are stupid. Hold on, I'm trying to find something. Hold on, y'all not about to throw me off. I'm trying to find something. Hold on.
She be standing like the Planter's Peanut Man.
Y'all are dumb.
No, she sit there and try to stick what's left her ass out.
She looked like she was trying to take a shit. That's what it looked like to me. I was like, what's she squatting like that for? She looked like she was trying to use the bathroom. That's just my opinion. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Nope. I went to the wrong one. Hold on. I gotta find this video real quick. Let me see if this is it. Where is... Okay, here we go. Where? Hold on.
Connie, I think Charlene kids are taking her pictures when she be doing those provocative poses.
Jason had a whole not average Jason, but Jason Black had a video showing a woman having her son take pictures of her on the balcony, trying to do doing it for the gram. And it's like, y'all need to stop involving your kids in that hot ass mess. Y'all really need to. Let me see where it's at. I know Jason got it. I know he got it on here. Where is it? Hold on. My thing is, nobody ever talks about the issues that's at hand. Like, you got a dog there. You allegedly got evicted from the place where you at. Your lease got you had to get out of your lease because you had animals there that you wasn't supposed to be having there. So you was not doing right by your lease, so you had to get out. And it's crazy because you said that your daughter was allergic to dogs. So why is that even an issue?
Where is it, Mama? It's in her plug. On the wall by her nightstand. It's black. It's long.
What black and long stuff?
You know my that black and long charger I have. Oh.
Okay. So y'all see this picture right here, right? Booty butt cheeks out and about. Shout out to Jason. If y'all not subscribed to Average at Best with Jason, go on and subscribe to him. But this is the type. Not her mom be taking a pic. She be like, poke it out, little little boy, baby. Do it, mama. Poke it out, mama. Yeah, men will smash that. You
She
know,
was trying to make the ass
on her.
jiggle. She was
She
trying to make it bounce.
herself up. You know what I'm saying? The men will smash that. They'll smash. They would. Look at William Green smiling. You know what? Lexi is unseasoned chicken. What does that have to do with the conversation we having right now? And she's seasoned enough for CJ to want her. So, I mean, I don't think your opinion matters. That's why you hiding behind photos. Weird. So the video that she's playing is about some guy saying she would be okay if she got some dick. That's what the song is about that she was playing in her background. So you mean to tell me no high schooler who would have beef with either Jalea or Nation or Leon wouldn't use this as ammo? Like they wouldn't use that as ammo. Like I could see your mama any time of the day. Like I can just go pay $10 and I could see all of this. You risking your children's reputation and you don't care because you got to get the money. She wouldn't have to do this. She wouldn't have to do this if she would have just did what she needed to do by her children and got the support she needed. Because mind you, CJ wasn't just paying for the twins. He was putting money in her kids' bank accounts as well. Y'all get rid of the attention seekers. Nobody cares. If they just coming in here to troll, they got their 5 minutes. Okay, Nisha. I'm going to just call you Nisha. Shout out to Nisha. Y'all know what it is.
I know a bitch that's mad, waking up sad, cause a bitch can't fuck with me. I know a hoe that's pressed, waking up stressed, cause a bitch can't fuck with me. I know a bitch wanna fight, and I'm just like, bitch, you just can't fuck with me. I know a bitch that's pressed.
I give her a 2.5 because she's beautiful, but 5 kids, no education, no respect for herself, and no stability. Okay, well, there you have it. He said a 2.5.
Well, damn. There it is.
2.5. Girl, they still got Kmart's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Lexi do got power over these hyenas. They live in her head rent free. She ain't called for them. She ain't asked them nothing. But yet here they are. Lexi, screaming her name. Ain't y'all tired? It really don't matter what they say about Lexi at this point, because at the end of the day, Lexi is winning. She's where Charlene wants to be. And if Charlene did not want to be in that spot, she wouldn't do so much extra stuff to get this man's attention. Now, let me see if I can find that video I was looking for. Hold on. Because the reality of it is, Charlene, if she started over, she's been starting over since she had Jalea. And for her to be close to her mid-30s, that's crazy. You've been starting over since you had your baby. You've been starting over since 16. Nobody sees an issue with that. After a while, the starting over should be done. It should be a wrap. There should be no more need for you to start over since you've been doing it since you're 16. You think you have it figured out by now. As many bumps of the road that you didn't had. So something is off. Rosie supporters are slow because they don't want Rosie fans to cause Child. Her supporters, you already see what type of supporters they have. I'm gonna do a video for y'all. I'm gonna do a very good video for y'all that I wanted to just post because I was looking back at some of the older things. I had to delete a lot of my videos because of copyright issues. So I am going to upload, probably edit them and re-upload them because they're needed. With Charlene supporters, they like to bash us. They like to say things like they're goalpost movers, right? So in the beginning, when they first step on the scene, trying to get our attention, the first thing they say is they don't show their face. They hide their faces. Nobody knows what they look like. Nobody's seen them. They hide their faces. They don't really know. I have a whole video of one chick talk about how I don't show my face. You guys seen me millions and millions of times. But have I ever addressed the fact that she's never shown hers? Everybody got that one picture and that one video, and we ain't never seen her after that. That's what I'm saying about these supporters. They move the goalposts. I'm here every Sunday. You can see me as long as we get to 75 likes. You can see my face every Sunday. There's a couple of pictures on my community wall. You can see me. We see Des all the time. Des just posted pictures of herself. She posts pictures of herself and her family all the time on Instagram. So you continuously see us, but have we seen them? Oh, okay. And the ones we have seen, let me be quiet. Pretty much. But I'm gonna redo that video because that video needs to be up. I need the timeline to be up. But the only reason why it was deleted is because of copyright issues. I used the wrong video editor for that video, and that was my bad for not reading the fine print. This is the video I wanted to show y'all. Hold on. Let me get it. Let me see. All right.
This started. Enter Generation X, me, and I think this woman she's younger than me, so she's either late Generation X, or late millennial, or the last of Generation X. So Generation X was from 1965 to roughly 1980, something like that. Then from 1980 to 1995, and from 1995 to 2020. So you got Generation X, Millennials, and Zennials. Let's get started. This is where we're going to look and see what the results of women in baby boomer women turning against the traditions and choosing a different path have wrought. Let's get into it right now.
I want y'all to pay attention to
Are you
this.
raising your daughters to be?
Are you raising your
wives?
daughters to
Yes,
be
I am. My
wives?
daughter is on honor roll.
That's a good student. The question I asked right off the bat: are you raising? If you didn't see the first part of this, I'll upload it tomorrow. But I cut to the chase. She started off saying that she believes every woman deserves to be married. That was a back and forth. The next question I asked was, are you raising your daughters to be wives? And she said, yes, I am. And the first thing out of her mouth was,
I'm a PhD.
she's a good student and on the honor roll. That's why that sound makes so much stuff. When I asked that woman on that one broadcast, what does your husband have to say about it? What? I would not choose to be married. I'm a PhD.
I'm a PhD.
So my thing is this too, and I wanted to say that even though she said, yes, my daughter's on a roll and all that other good stuff, you can't even say that about Charlene. You can't even say she's educated. Like when I tell you her mother failed her on so many accounts, you can't even say she's on honor roll. You can't even say she's educated. You can't. The only thing she got to sell is her body, pictures of her body. Selling pictures of your body is selling your body. Let's get that clear.
I'm a PhD.
This is where it came from. Going to college and getting a degree, women actually told their daughters that this would make you a good wife. They believed that. They believed education was going to make. Now, education is definitely a good thing. Black people have always believed in education, but going to college
Black people
has nothing to do with becoming nothing to do.
Black people has always believed in education, but Charlene mama.
With a relationship.
That's not necessarily a wife.
And she's on honor roll. She has a nice personality. She's smart. She works hard.
Sounds like a decent human being, but that is not a wife. What is a wife?
She cooks. She's domesticated.
She's a helpmeet to a man.
Mm-hmm.
Now notice I asked her, that makes you a good student, a solid citizen, but what makes a wife? And what did I get? This is a mother who says she's raising her daughters to be wives and can't even define what a wife is to a man. And this is what happened. And why is it? Well, my mother's the Generation X didn't stress a man. They stressed independence. Get a job, get a degree, don't need no man, don't worry about no man. And this is why a lot of modern women don't realize how bad it's gotten. They don't even understand.
And that's even worse. Like if your daughter doesn't have an education or she doesn't have the merits to survive, because you're definitely not teaching her how to be a wife, how is she going to survive? What is going to be her next option? What she sees her mother's doing? What is her mother doing? Selling pictures of her body on Instagram, on passes. How is that a mother making sure their daughter is getting the best of best?
Understand what it is. So when she said, I believe all women deserve to get married, I'll upload that video and let it go because I want to have this conversation. We're going to go a little bit long tonight, so settle in.
She cooperates with him. So all the things you just ran down was a
citizen. No.
But raising a daughter to be a wife means you're preparing her to be in partnership with a man for a lifetime. Mm-hmm. Is that what you're saying you're doing?
Mm-hmm.
So what kind of talks about relationships do I
have? We have really long talks about relationships, and
I asked the question, are you raising your daughter to be in partnership with a man for a lifetime? And she said, yeah, I am. Now, how many of you folks really believe that she believed that answer? Huh? How many? I'm trying to get the other screen to pop up. How many folks believe that she really believed that answer? That she was truly preparing her daughter to be in relationship with man for a lifetime? No. Guys, stop tripping. Stop playing. Because y'all want to do this broadcast, because I'm having people ask about this topic. If you want to do this broadcast, we're going to need to keep the likes up. And we only got one person. Yeah. There we go. Good topic. Okay, let me get this over here.
Really, Debbie?
Right there, where we at here. Viewer activity. Salute, Godfather. Keep dropping knowledge. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna get some more of these super chats read. We're gonna need. We got almost 10,000 folks in here. We're gonna need at least 15 more
I'm on with Kevin Samuels on. Get them likes
people.
up.
Y'all know what this is. Let's go. Ladies, you're gonna have a chance to chime in.
The things that should be accepted and shouldn't be accepted, and what you shouldn't to
Let me rewind that because this is important. Let me rewind that so there's no break.
we have really long talks about relationships and the things that should be accepted and shouldn't be accepted, and what you shouldn't to have
What you should you kind of broke up. I couldn't hear what you should what
to do as a woman to make sure that she's the wife that a man needs at the time of when that time comes.
Okay. About what age do you think that time should come?
For her, I hope it's like 30.
What about your other daughter?
There you go. 30 years old, mother who's raising her daughter. This is where that 30 thing came from. And understand when she said, do you have a conversation about relationships? She said, I tell her what to expect and what should be accepted. Meaning she tells her daughter what a man is supposed to do for her. She sets expectations for a man. She doesn't define what a wife is. Not telling her, can't even say it, so you can't raise it. And then telling a young daughter what to expect from a man. And then wait till you 30. Let's get it.
She is 19 and she's on the spectrum. She likes girls.
Okay, so you want your daughter to be an old woman when it comes to me.
No, I want her to have I want her to be educated. I want her to have a college degree before she gets married.
Why?
So that she has that certificate, so that she has that knowledge.
What does a college degree have to do with a husband?
Well, maybe she'll find her husband in college.
And she's not going to graduate till 30?
And no. But if she wants,
then why so long?
Well, because I expect for her to pursue school for actually.
And what? She's going to get a master's, a PhD? What?
I'm a PhD.
Yes.
And then how? Then is she going to use that? Is she going to use that PhD to work?
But point, like,
you can't make this shit up. You can't make it up. So, in other words, you're raising your daughter to be another one of these single women.
No.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
Why?
Because
tell me why.
Because 30 is old for marriage, ma'am.
Is it? I didn't think that was old.
What age is?
Yeah, I heard that.
So that's another talking point that Kevin Samuels like to tell people, and I agree with it. Just because you're going to college, you don't have to, like, it's like a lot of women feel like either or. You either got to go to school or you either got to focus on marriage and a relationship. You can do both. If everybody else is able to do it, what do we have? Tunnel vision? Why aren't we able to do both? We can do everything. We multitask with everything else. Why we can't do both? Why we can't put ourselves in an educated mindset and find our husbands and be feminine in order to receive a good situation? I'm confused. But there's a part.
I wanted to get a college degree because going to college and reading some books is going to prepare you to cooperate with a man for a lifetime. And you need to, and when you ask why you wanted to wait so long, because college is over by 21, 22. What are those other 8-9 years for? What you know what it's for. I know what it's for. It's to get out there and to date and have a bunch of meaningless sex. It's to run up the miles. It's to do
Why
everything
he
that's
saying like
opposite.
that?
And all I'm
Why
doing
he
is
saying like
asking common
that?
sense questions that fathers would think about. But because, like it or not, ladies, we're different. You guys think much more short term, in the moment, with your feelings. I'm not asking any groundbreaking questions. This should be basic common sense. And to think at 30 years old, your grandmother wasn't 30 when she had your mama. Neither was your great grandmother. But yet, but that's what birth control did. It gave women the ability to delay or cancel pregnancy. Imagine what would happen if we Thanos snapped and we had no birth control. Then we wouldn't be delaying childbirth. It would happen because people aren't virgins. Number one. Number two, if we actually stopped allowing people, if you really like had moral laws, which you won't, people will get married to have sex. Now you can have sex without commitment. You can even have children without marriage and no consequence. This is where it came from.
Geriatric pregnancy typically starts for a woman.
19.
Geriatric pregnancy.
Girl,
Old
what?
pregnancy.
She could. Did she say? Did she say
Shit.
19? Did she say 19?
She said 19.
Was she even listening? What is going on? Oh my God. Wow. You know, it'd be very interesting when hyenas jump on the platform. It'd be really, really interesting when these women jump on here, because what they be saying, they be thinking they so profound. They be thinking they so right, and they sound crazy as hell. Girl, what?
35. So if she gets married at 30,
I thought it was 40.
like, you need to go back to school.
Hmm.
Man, 30 years old, what you're doing is you're raising your daughter to get out here, to go get a college degree, to live her life, to experience it, and to get out here and have her fun and be an independent woman. And then you think at 30, she's going to turn around and be able to pick a man off the tree. That's not how that works. You're not really raising your daughter to be a wife. You're raising your daughter to be an independent, modern woman.
Okay. I'm listening.
Yeah, and that's why 1 in 4. That's why 1 in 4 black.
That was news. Now, I don't believe most women did this maliciously. It's just something that was told. You should go to college, get a degree, and get a job. Be able
No,
to take
for
care
real,
of yourself.
for real.
But
Fact.
when it first was said, it was a way to not have to be tied down to a man. But now it's so common to where you don't even question it. Have you ever gone to work at a place and they have a procedure and they just do something and it makes no sense? And because you're new, you come in and ask, why do we do it like this? I mean, like even in a restaurant, first in, first out, have all like, well, we've always done it that way. But you know this way is better. They got another way to do it. No, just keep doing that way. Human beings are creatures of habit. And this is what happens when bad habits start.
Black women will never marry in their lifetime because of what you're talking about. Because when I asked you if you're raising your daughter to be a wife, you started citing her education. The first thing, if you watch my show, that's why this whole sound is so funny, because that's what you ladies tend to think we give a shit about. You don't go to school to get a bachelor's, a master's, and a PhD. All that student loan debt, unless you're rich. You're gonna have student loan debt, right? Then who's gonna have to pay that? She gonna just drop it on her husband? Because you can't be a professional.
See, the notion of the student loan debt, possibly. Yes, you're going to have student loan debt because most people, yes, you're going to have student loan debt because most people are middle class. But the notion of having student loan debt and then who was going to have to pay it is not immediate. So like far too many women, it's not immediate. So it's just like, we'll worry about it tomorrow.
And a mother, you got to pick. So you're gonna have 4, 6, 8 years of college To what? Just go be a mom? No, that's not how that works. You're raising her to survive the world alone. Nothing in what you've said have you talked about, I'm raising her to learn how to cooperate with a man.
Cause she not.
Nothing in what she said or any mothers have said have you heard them talk about how to cooperate with a man. Just expectations. What a man is supposed to do for you. You're supposed to go out and do all this stuff and then snap.
Y'all, I'm looking at the chat, the live chat in the comments. Why this dude right here say, look at her forehead? The men in the chat be fucked up. I swear, y'all be brutal. He said, whoa, look at that forehead. I'm like, where did that come from? Oh my God. I'm trying to skip to the point where there's a point that he said that I wanted to get to. Hold on.
To look for in a man?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but what do you tell her to do for a man?
To be submissive.
What does that mean?
To be submissive to him as you are to God.
Okay, submissive.
I want you guys to look at the message I just posted. R. Cole, I personally like being able to make some money because I don't like asking anybody for money. I'm going to just let that sit there. I want you guys to think of all the implications of that.
What does submissive mean to you? Because she's so submissive as you are to God. So that means she submits to her husband. So that means she submits to her husband like God?
As she would to God, yeah. Because if she has God in her life, then her husband would come second.
Say the what?
If she's submissive to God first, then her husband would come second.
Ooh, no, not really. That's not how that works.
Okay. Well, teach me.
That's not how that works. You come first.
Okay.
You submit to the God in your husband. See, this is why you guys got to tune in tomorrow, because I don't sense that you're being malicious, man.
Okay.
But you ladies were taught wrong. You're teaching your daughter.
Taught wrong. So I'm not.
I'm saying, I know. That's why I said you're not being malicious. I'm saying you're.
This whole notion of submitting to God and over your husband has been misinterpreted. I don't want to get hung up on this fact because a lot of Christian feminists get hung up on this fact and they'll argue chasing a straw man. Bottom line, we're both supposed to submit to one another. Husbands, submit yourself to your wives. Wives, submit yourself to your husband. You both submit yourself to God. But there is a divine order, just like the Trinity, the Father, Son, the Holy Ghost. The Trinity, the divine order. There's a divine order: Father, Mother, Child. There's order.
What about lady say?
Husband, submit to your wife. You submit to the God in your wife. Wife, you submit yourself to the God in your husband. And you both submit to something higher.
Not.
And
it's just
honestly have tried to change the dynamics because I was taught
Kevin Samuels was married and he was divorced twice. He was twice divorced because his wives, whoever wife he was with at the time, they're the one who filed the paperwork. And he also played stepdaddy, I believe, to one of his ex-wives. So I don't think his ex-wives are married to anybody else, but it is what it is.
This is what I'll be talking about tomorrow. The Black community, to break the civil rights movement, it was blunted with two things: feminism and liberal theology. Black women.
To blunt the civil rights movement, the gains that were happening, Black people were gaining, making stride, getting rights, getting money, getting all this kind of stuff. And to blunt the civil rights movement, this has been well documented. The infiltration of Black organizations. And one of the main ways they broke it is they came in with the feminist, womanist movement. And this is, go watch Miss America. This has well been documented. And then feminist, feminist movement, liberal policies, and women.
Connie, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even think she went to Arizona to hurt CJ. I think she went to Arizona because she had to have somewhere to stay up until her place was available for her to move into. And that was the only option for her at that time, was to make enough money to get there. That's my personal opinion. I also believe that in the midst of doing that, she used this to her advantage to try to sway the public that that was what she was doing, in order for CJ to respond in a negative way to make him look bad and to use something against him for court. That's just my personal opinion.
I agree with you.
Start joining with women against men. But the funny thing is, the non-black feminists still tended to have husbands. Let's not get too far lost on that one either. Now, here's the funny thing. Liberal ideology, government programs, feminism. Now, the government programs, the Great Society, even the government was surprised at what happened. This is why I posted the Monahan report. When they said, well, the welfare is exceedingly high in the black community. Welfare is high. Why? Because unemployment's high. So when they start putting out job programs and black male unemployment started dropping, they noticed that welfare started going up. And they said, well, what's going on? Why is when
what Kevin Samuels is talking about, he's talking about how the government is using feminism to destroy the black family so we can be dim powerless. Because realistically, if us black women were just alone and vulnerable, we're more vulnerable. Like, but if you instill in us women that we can, I'm woman, hear me roar, we can conquer everything.
Somebody trying to cut her Wi-Fi, y'all. Somebody's trying to cut her Wi-Fi.
Is my Wi-Fi cut?
I hear you.
Oh, okay.
Somebody tried to cut your Wi-Fi, girl.
Did they? I didn't know. So if you separate yourself from the black man, there's nobody there to protect you. It's easy to overthrow. It's easy because we can't. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I can whoop a grown man's ass or do anything of that stature. No, absolutely not. But there's a lot of women who believe that, just like that woman who called in on PJ talking about she was ready to fight him and his wife and shit. You got women out there who really, really believe in their head that they can do everything a man can do. And the reality of it is we can't. We don't have the same makeup as men. No matter what processes we go through, no matter what things that we change within us, we do not have the same makeup as men. Men's survival mode is completely different from a woman's survival mode. Okay. The goal may be the same, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm just going to be whooping niggas' ass. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to do that. So what he's explaining, what Kevin Samuels done a lot of the black women, a lot of the hyenas used to just say, a lot of the black hyenas used to just say, like, you know, Kevin Samuels hate black women. He don't care about black women. He don't da 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 da. But he was telling some real stuff. He was exposing the fact that society is dividing the black woman and the black man for a reason. But women like to stick on, well, this man ain't this. This man is a fuck boy. This man, da 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 da. But what they don't say is a lot of these men that you are talking about have these mothers, and they were raised by all these single mothers. Now, not all single mothers raise their sons to be that way, but you have single mothers who do the very best they can with their boys, and something went wrong, and they go, I didn't raise him like that. But then you'll have that same cesspool of man go get with a woman, and now it's a fuckery. He's a fuck boy. She didn't have babies with him. He don't want to be responsible, and the cycle continues and continues. Look at Blueface and his mama. His mama literally had Blueface to make her rich. This is why she comes so hard on Blueface. And every time something don't go right between her and Blueface, she run into the media because she feel like I had you. You was supposed to take care of me. You a rich rapper. Take care of me. because her son was her retirement plan. She terrorizes her son. She terrorizes her kids. She don't show none of them kids no type of love. And you wonder why Blueface is this disruptive and this disrespectful for women. He don't respect women. He don't love women. He don't give a fuck about women. Why? Because look what kind of mother he had. So for all these women talk about how bad these men out here is, you got to look at the root and where these men came from. You got to look at what's going on up in that family life, what type of mother he has, because I've seen single women raise single men to be prominent, great men. I have a friend, she raised 3 sons, all went to college, all did they all married. Okay. And you know, she didn't have that masculine energy. She was a very feminine woman. And all of her boys, another one, her last youngest son just got married. Beautiful families, they doing everything they need to do to survive. Just, she's really proud. She's a proud mother, and she did it by herself. But that's not always the case, because if that was the case, it wouldn't be so many women complaining about these men. So that's just a lot of people came for Kevin Samuels because they didn't want to hear the truth. They didn't want to hear the responsibility. They didn't want to hear the fact that, yeah, black women need black men and black men need black women. But you don't see a lot of black men, except for the, raccoons, saying they don't need black women. You don't hear a lot of them saying that. You hear a lot of black women saying that. And it's causing a divide, and it's pushing in the narrative. So the fact that Charlene had a man who was willing to not only take the responsibility of the twins, he took care of your kids before the twins were even a subject to be thought of, and you destroyed both. You took your children away from their father, gave them a substitute father, and then took him away. That don't make any sense. And you took him away based off how you feel. You didn't take him away from the kids because he was beating the children. He wasn't showing them any direction. He wasn't showing them something. Because in my opinion, what was a good example for a person to have somebody step in and say, okay, we're struggling. Mom's working every day. A man steps in, stops her from working. Because he, regardless of what she paid for, he was the creative person behind it. That's obvious. He was the go-getter, because she could have very well moved that man in, and he could have been on the couch playing video games doing nothing, and she could still be out there working. But she got somebody with ambition who was willing to do something. And instead of her just being excited and happy, like, man, I got a man who's willing to take my 3 kids on, show them something, be a father figure towards him, all of that. No, she disrespected it. She didn't even care. Yep. And that's all documented. You know what I'm saying? Even Ayamla Van Zant, when she was talking to Ebony K, and she said, I always tell people I was a terrible mother, but I was a great father. No, you wasn't. Girl, what? You are a masculine mother. You are no. I don't know what is the reason why a lot of these women want to compete and be better or be like a man. Like, you even see it with Princess P. She always compares herself to a man. She always want to be like a man, but then bash men on top of it. I don't know what's this phenomenon about trying to be like a man. Let a man be a man and let a woman be a woman. I don't know. That is where I get confused.
Let a woman be a woman, let a man be a man.
They did celebrate his death, and that was disgusting, and nobody called those women out, and they thought they were right and vindicated by that. And Kevin Samuels didn't die because he was putting some real stuff out there. He died from them damn Red Bulls he was drinking all the goddamn time. That was no way in hell healthy. Okay. And Red Bulls are addictive, because I like Red Bulls and I need to stop drinking that shit myself. But that ain't why he had that heart attack. He wasn't taking care of himself health wise. He just wasn't. So that's my opinion on that. She was taught to make decisions on how she feels. Right. It's based off of a man emotion. I was like, I wasn't shocked that Ayamla said that because she is a divorced woman and she does try to come off as it's just something she's aware of and it's just something she just let slip through the cracks. That's all I'll say about that.
Typically, in the United States, when male employment goes up, welfare recipients go down. But in the black community, as men got jobs, women increasingly got on welfare because they were pushing the man out of the house to get meager government benefits. This is what's called Monahan scissors, the inversely proportional relationship with black male unemployment.
Now you listen to everything that Kevin Samuels is saying right now. He's saying some real stuff. But you talk to the majority of the women, Kevin Samuels don't like black women. That's what they say. You bash back black women. He talks about black women's behavior and how it needs to be corrected. He's the only one talk about structure. And then they go, well, what about the men? What about the men? We got all types of stuff and paperwork about men. Okay? So.
Black male employment and government assistance in females. This only in our population. And they were confused. That's why the Moynihan report said, in order to fix this, if we want to correct what's going on in Black America, you can't do it with government policies. We must restore the traditional Black family. Black family, nuclear Black family, with man, a husband and wife, children in the household. Nuclear Black family, tradition and culture, and then allow them, and then after that, just like anybody else in this country, any other group in this country, sink or swim on your own ability.
They used the church to separate black men and black women under this notion of equality.
So for a woman, for all these black women to say that Kevin Samuels hated women, he definitely talks about the importance of unity in the black community a lot, which involves a woman. He definitely talks about where it goes wrong, the root of the problem, and how we can fix it. That don't sound like a man who's just he wasn't giving Fresh and Fit for sure. Fresh and Fit was a train wreck. Okay, but Kevin Samuels definitely was not giving that. And if people actually did their research and looked at it, it wouldn't a lot of these women wouldn't say that Kevin Samuels hated women. He wanted the black family back together. He wanted unity. He's preaching it now.
Women have always been educated and always, but never most women go to school to find a husband. Black women are going to school to prove they don't need them. And when you talk about submission, submit to your husband, but to Christ first. You submit to the God in your husband.
You're right.
Okay. Domestically, does your daughter know how to cook?
Yeah, she's cooking right now.
Cool. How long were you married?
I was with him for 13 years and we were married 5.
Did they watch you actually cooperate with him in the household?
Yes.
All right. Women need to talk to their daughters about how to live and cooperate with a man, not what to expect the man to do for them.
And that's a good point because it's more of a conflict resolution. You're not always going to get along with your spouse 100%. Y'all not going to be the best of friends all the time. But where can y'all meet in the middle to get some resolution and resolve to where you guys are cooperating with each other? You guys should have goals. There are people in marriages who say, don't go to sleep mad because that person may never wake up. You remember that saying? You know what I'm saying? And my marriage, and me and my husband's marriage, we know regardless of what's going on, if he has an issue with me or I have an issue with him, we still need to be taken care of. You know that meme where it had that old man sitting there holding the umbrella over the woman's head like this, and they mad at each other? That's what it's giving. You still make sure the person is okay. If I'm upset with my husband, he's still gonna eat. I'm not gonna starve him, and vice versa. He's not gonna starve me. You just chose to be with this person. You chose to love this person, no matter what the cause is. Just because you have an emotional situation going on at the time, don't mean it's going to be permanent. Not to mention the majority of the reason behind divorces is financial. Is financial. That's why they said the majority of marriages that survive in the Black community is definitely not in the poor class. It's in the upper middle class.
Women today are expecting men to do for them while they do this.
You gonna make me blush.
And due respect, this going to school.
I love you too, babe.
She's 15. You know what she wants to go to school for?
She's in school for like biological science right now.
But if she went to college, do you know what she'd want to go for?
I'm not sure what she wants to go for right now.
I'm gonna just tell you right now, I have a 21-year-old. And I'm gonna tell you, college is useless unless you're really going for science, engineering, technology, math, some sort of professional degree.
Right.
And if you're going to school for communications is one of the largest communications, sociology, psychology, criminal justice.
Communications, sociology, psychology, criminal justice. Black men, I want you to ask yourself, how many women do you know who have degrees in that area? I'm going to tell you, probably the majority of women you know with a college degree have the college degree in that area. Psychology, sociology, criminal justice, communications.
Now, y'all know I've said many times about that criminal justice degree that these women be like to be on YouTube bragging about, bobbing their head and shaking their single ass, wanting to get married but never gonna get married head. And they be flaunting that criminal justice degree like it's the bee's knees. What do I know? Let's continue.
And if not those, you got a spattering of English or history. All humanities, nothing based on an infrastructure. Everything that requires someone else to go create a job and create an organization and you work inside of it. A formula for being a lifelong employee. So how is that freeing you up? You didn't want to be a lifelong. We didn't want to work for didn't want to work for like your grandmother was a lifelong employee. Those jobs aren't entrepreneurial.
These are 4-degree paths that are dominated by
nursing.
Black women. You go and accrue college debt and you end up getting locked into $40,000 a year, $50,000 a year jobs with a shit ton of debt. You should watch my platform more because you will start to hear women come on and say they.
And I said this in my last video. Women be going to school for these degrees and they don't do their research. And then once they graduate, they can't do nothing with that degree. They can't do anything with that degree. And then they think like, I know a chick. She went to school, she got her master's, and she talked about how she got her master's, and she walks around talking about how she got her master's within HR department. Still looking for work, still starting over, still struggling, still complaining that the people around her in her circle is not doing enough for her. This where's the boss chick at? And then on top of that, have the nerve to say this is the type of man I do and don't want. And then that wasn't till after she done had a baby by a mudslug. So it's like we women got to be more realistic out here. Kevin Samuels been talking to these men about how they need to get their stuff in order. He been talking about it. Everybody been telling men how they need to get it together. But when we try to tell the women, they come for him. They chop Tyler Perry's. I thought y'all loved Tyler Perry. Y'all done chopped that man head off. Now all of a sudden, oh, he be dressing in woman clothes and da 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 da. Y'all loved him last week. Now, when he said that black women need to get their shit together, is the problem? Girl, what? I thought we was Team Tyler. All right, let me finish. Because there's a part in here. I don't know where it's at, but I need y'all to hear it.
Wish they'd have been told not to get into so much student loan debt, to learn how to cooperate with the men, just like Becky, Marisol, Marlene, and Jamila.
What's up, Jackie?
Not delaying marriage until 20, 30 years old. If you work in corporate America and your daughter comes out of school at 22, 21 to 23, she'll go to work and she'll see her non-black counterparts going to weddings between the ages of 23 and 26, while black women are going out to have hot girl summers. And then by the age of 27 to 30 is when they finally start to think about slowing down. But that's after relationships that are broken up, sex with no commitment, no strings, and really never learning how to cooperate with the man. And at 30, you really start having women starting to feel like they need to slow down or settle. Then they look back at the men that they want to marry, and because they have a certain standard of life, they've been on their own for so long, they want men to have at least what they have or more, which is natural hypergamy. But then that means you only have a small sliver of men to choose from. The older you are, the longer you wait, the smaller your marital pool gets. It is more likely that in her college years, she will meet a suitable man to marry if he's a young man.
And who just got through saying that after saying, as long as he owns the bus? Ebony K just said this. Ebony K just said that if marriage is something you want and a family is something you want, you can be able to go to school and you can be able to find a nice, suitable husband for you to grow with. Ebony K just said this because she just realized it. And she's a lawyer. She got all, financially, she good. She on television. She doing all that, but she's lonely as fuck. I want y'all to understand something. Every time I look at Ebony K, she looks sad and miserable. And none of her financial accomplishments are serving her. She can give less than a fuck. She can give less than a fuck. Like that lawyer, her being a lawyer and doing all that stuff, I can guarantee you that woman want a man to be holding her, consoling her, letting her vent out stuff, chit-chatting, hanging out with, going to dinners with and stuff like that. It's written all over her. And now the sisterhood mad at Ebony K too now. But the reality of it is there's a lot of older women who have done a lot of things in their life who are famous and missing the good old days. Look at Vivica Fox. Vivica Fox is still talking about the shoulda, coulda, wouldas with 50 Cent. Vivica Fox is lonely as hell. She got a lot of fucking cats. A lot. Them motherfuckers was just crawling on the table and shit. They nice cats. And her house don't stink, but she got a lot of goddamn cats. I don't know. But she lonely too. You can party all hard and be all in the tabloids and be on YouTube and all that other stuff. But then when you get home and you're by yourself and you don't have a companion, someone you can rely on, someone you can get something off your chest, maybe let them get something off their chest. Girl, let's continue.
But then that means you have to worry, build, and grow. Most women don't want their daughters to marry a young man because he's too young. You don't want her to marry an older man because that really should be your man. So these women are getting told, wait. And waiting is a horrible decision.
Think about what I just said. Most of these women don't want their daughters marrying young men because they can't provide. But then when their daughters should be marrying men who are older, this is when it really gets a problem. Shout out to Quan Brown. Here comes the Dulo twist. This is when you see something that never happened before. Modern women become sister daughters. Why? Because many modern women have raised their daughters to be their competition. So the older men that their daughters could marry, that could provide, these unmarried mothers look at their daughters as competition for the same men. My mother and her grandma, my mother and my grandmother would never go out together. You would never see women in those generations in the same place. They would never party together. But you saw that beginning.
And y'all remember how when PJ came out with a video, Jason came out with a video, every time you see Charlene at the club, you see her mama right there. I got it, mama. I'm taking a picture, mama. Pose, mama. Girl just shaking and clapping them cheeks, and her mama right there. My mama would never. I mean, obviously she can't now, but if she could, she would. You know what I'm saying? So this generation of women, they be out there partying and out there having it with their daughters, and they think it's cute. And you seen a lot of people in the comments talk about so I party with my mama. I bet you do. I bet you do. Next.
In with the baby boomers and Generation X, you started seeing mothers and daughters going out together. Now you see it all the time. Sister daughters, mothers raising their daughters to not need no man, raising their sons to be son husbands. But then when their daughters reach development, they look at the younger version of them with no cellulite, no stretch marks, no kids, and then they start unintentionally, in most cases, sabotaging their daughter's potential love life because they don't want their daughter.
Okay, CJ kept himself from his family because his fam won't plus nor he. Royalty is F and F. She's a boss of things, period. What is she a boss of? Please name some of her accomplishments in the chat, LaTanya. I'd love to hear them. How was Bossetta? How was Bossetta? Did Bossetta come off the hinges? Did she finally move into the mansion she owned?
I hear crickets.
What accomplishments? What accomplishments is that? You talking about her being an adult struggling? Is that what you talking about? That's an accomplishment? That's what you consider? Did she get her high school diploma yet? Any education?
F and F.
Do you see what I say about these weird hyenas? She fuck nigga free. But how long has she been fucking on him? Please explain. The chat, everybody want to know, how is she a boss? Because she left the relationship she put herself in. That just means she's just doubling back from the bullshit she created for herself. She chose that man. So what accomplishments has she? How is she winning? Because she's moving yet again. She's starting over yet again. She's starting over again. She'll be 34 in a few months. Tick tock, tick tock.
You need a cricket sound.
She's starting over yet again. While she not laying up in her new spot. All her stuff is in storage. Please tell me how that's winning. Hello. I don't understand how this would be winning. I don't get it. You can't make this up. She winning because she left the relationship she put herself in.
No,
she begged the man to have these children with her because he didn't want them in the beginning. He didn't want children in the beginning. So she begged this man. Her and her mother collectively convinced this man to go through the IVF process, not just go through the IVF process, untie her tubes that were already tied. So she did all of that to leave her kids fatherless? How is that working? How is a woman having babies with a man, snatching those kids, and then bringing another stranger and have him the father figure, and then have two more kids and then snatch them away winning?
She can't answer it.
And then she's starting over again. And then she's explaining to her children why she couldn't do more for them because of court cases that the father of her younger children tried to prevent. How is that winning? She just took more money and food out of her baby's mouth for an unnecessary lawyer because she couldn't co-parent with a man. How is that winning?
I can't hear.
Type faster than that. Would you like to join the panel? I'd be interested into knowing this because she put herself in this situation 100%. What accomplishments in this past year has she made from CJ? You can't say moving in her own place because she's out of that place. She's now got to move again, and her kids are going to yet another school. So she's already teaching them instability.
She not fuck nigga free because she's still trying to get his money. Not trying to do anything for herself. She's trying to get his money.
That's what I'm saying. These hyenas be, yeah, she winning because I said so. Okay.
Waiting for you to come up here.
Nothing. Okay, let's move on.
Bye-bye.
Daughters to surpass them. You know how jacked up women feel to see their daughters get married when they were single mothers? I have seen this countless times. You have women who won't even go to their daughters' weddings
or graduations
and say that they're happy for them. Mothers become jealous of their daughters. And then we're going to talk about it. And then daughters who were raised well can't check their mothers or even ask their mothers any questions. Oh my God, we're getting into all of it. This mother-daughter dynamic is really a sister-daughter dynamic. And many men will tell you that the reason you can't get a modern woman to commit or be because she is attached to her mother. Oh shit.
Now I didn't say I didn't want her to be in a relationship. I just didn't want her to like really just seal the deal until she's.
Oh, so you want her to have sex without commitment? Oops.
Yeah. That's the part I wanted y'all to see. That is the part I wanted y'all to see. Damn. Let's move on.
No, play that again, Anti. Play that again.
Or the longer you wait, the smaller your marital pool gets. It is more likely that in her college years, she will meet a suitable man to marry if he's a young man. But then that means you have to worry, build, and grow. Most women don't want their daughters to marry a young man because he's too young. You don't want her to marry an older man because that really should be your man. So these women
who are older, this is when it really gets a problem. Shout out to Kwame Brown. Here comes the Dulo twist. This is when you see something that never happened before. Modern women become sister daughters. Why? Because many modern women have raised their daughters to be their competition. So the older men that their daughters could marry, that could provide, these unmarried mothers look at their daughters as competition for the same end. My mother and her grandmother, my grandmother would never go out together. Period. You would never see women in those generations in the same place. They would never party together. But you saw that beginning with the baby boomers and Generation X. You started seeing mothers and daughters going out together. Now you see it all the time. Sister daughters, mothers raising their daughters to not need no man, raising their sons to be son husbands. But then when their daughters reach development, they look at the younger version of them with no cellulite, no stretch marks, no kids, and then they start unintentionally, in most cases, sabotaging their daughter's potential love life because they don't want their daughters to surpass them. You know how jacked up women feel to see their daughters get married when they were single mothers? I have seen this countless times. You have women who won't even go to their daughters' weddings and say that they're happy for them. Mothers become jealous of their daughters. And then we're going to talk about it. And then daughters who were raised well.
And this is what I said about Tacky Tanya. I truly believe Tanya is jealous of Charlene. I truly, truly do. I truly believe she set her up for failure. You didn't raise your daughter to be the age of 34 or 33. How old is she? 33, 34? And she has no education. And the only thing of value that she feels like she has in order to get money is selling explicit pictures of her body. Why would you want that for your daughter? Why wouldn't you want your daughter to have more? Why wouldn't you want your daughter to be successful? Why? And this is the same woman who wasn't emotionally available for Charlene. So the reason why Charlene picked CJ and the reason why she picked Jamie is because they were unemotionally available, like her mother. The same mother who would put her out every other week because she didn't want to see her face or she didn't want to be bothered. Her and her brother had got put out the house every other week. That's not a mother showing the children that they love them or they care about them. That's showing that they're burdens. So, of course, naturally, she's not going to pick a man of choice because look at what she was showed love was. Her mother had every opportunity to show her daughter and show her sons and her other children what love is. And she chose to show them that they are a burden. She chose to show them that they need to get out of her house because she don't want to deal with them. And in return, Charlene ran to Jamie's house and got pregnant. What is she supposed to do without the type of guidance of the love of a mother? The mothers are the first teachers. We are the first teachers for our sons and our daughters to show them what love is. And you showed her by kicking her out over to her baby daddy's house, where she felt like that's where she was loved, and in return got pregnant with Jalea at the age of 16. And then when you found out she was pregnant because you kept putting her out every other week, you threw her out again because of the embarrassment, because you could not cut it as a mother. But we don't want to talk about that, right? Lioness, they're just trolling. Charlene hasn't won anything. She has her supporters doing that. We're just going to ignore her. She just decided to make sure her supporters put out a lot of propaganda. At the end of the day, they can say whatever they want legally because Charlene hasn't said it. So it's just smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors. I'm pretty sure they all set that up. Let's just say that because we need attention. Ignore it. If she won custody, yeah. Congratulations, girl. We believe you, girl. Yeah, we believe you. It's really not TJ's responsibility to come out and say that she's lying because she didn't say it. Her supporters said it. So, I mean,
Shauna is a head case, literally a head case.
it's like I said, these hyenas, the sisterhood, they're gonna vibe together. So that's her platform. And if they want to believe that, they can believe that, because I think it was 2 months ago where they said she won $20,000 in child support and she won full
Yep.
custody then, right?
Mm-hmm.
So with them, every other month she wins full custody. Like every other month. Just in January, she's gonna win full custody again. And then next year in August, she's gonna win full custody again. And it's gonna be $50,000 in child support. I mean, whatever you need to do to manifest, baby. Whatever, darling. That's crazy. That's hilarious. Well, that's good for them. Whatever makes her happy. You know what I'm saying? Whatever makes her happy, whatever makes her feel good. They that's what they want to do. That's fine. I mean, she's not, if she's saying alleged and saying it's for entertainment purposes and it's her opinion, there is no legal standpoint that you can stand on with it. So it's just talking. So it's really up to you to believe if she's telling the truth or not. You're the, you know what I'm saying? So she's pandering to her audience, and if that's what she want to do, that's on her. It's sad she had those kids because her mom saw the relationship was not going to last and they went to school. Well, you know why her mom knew CJ and Charlene's relationship wasn't going to last? Because she was a part of that relationship. She sabotaged that whole situation, regardless of the things behind the scenes of alleged cheating and all that other stuff. Her mother was always in that relationship. She was in the relationship from the beginning. That's how they met. He brought Charlene to him. She brought Charlene to him. So she was in that relationship from day one. Okay, y'all, we gonna cut it out about talking about other YouTube creators. They're not relevant, and that's what they're trying to be. So we just gonna move on from that and not bring them up because they can say whatever they want on their platform. But only you can prevent forest fires. I'm just saying. All right, so all that money. Right. She wasted all that money. Him and her both wasted all that money on lawyers when they could have just been taking care of their children and making sure all the kids has a great lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? That's all they could have done. But you know, it could all be so simple, but she rather make it hard. And like I said, Tanya is definitely jealous of Charlene because she threw her life away because her record is crazy. She threw her life away and now she's helping her daughter throw away hers. And then in return, they're going to start off one by one with Nation and Jalea. And hopefully Dea sees enough to know she don't have to go that route. And I would not be surprised if Dea turns into the black sheep and separates herself from that energy and baby CJ as well because it's too negative over there. I would not be shocked at all. You can love your mother but want to keep a distance from them. That's what plenty of them do.
Can't check their mothers or even ask their mothers any questions. Oh my God, we're getting into all of it. This mother-daughter dynamic is really a sister-daughter dynamic. And many men will tell you that the reason you can't get a modern woman to commit or be because she is attached to her mother. Oh shit.
Now I didn't say I didn't want her to be in a relationship. I just didn't want her to like really just seal the deal until she's.
Oh, so you want her to have sex without commitment? Oops. Yeah, like I said, I said it. You want her to get out there and live her life, ride the cock carousel. So this is a mother. I understand.
Did he say the cock? Did he say the cock carousel? Oh my God. What is wrong with him? Did he say the cock carousel? Oh my God. What the hell? He is hilarious. He is hilarious. Not the cock carousel. That's true. When you say you want your daughters to have enjoy their life, it's basically before they settle down, it's basically out there sucking and smucking and having it. You know what I'm saying? That's what you mean by saying that.
Oops. Horrible decision.
Now I didn't say I didn't want her to be in a relationship. I just didn't want her to like really just seal the deal until she's.
Oh, so you want her.
I didn't say I didn't want her to be in a relationship. I just didn't want her to seal the deal until she was older. Sounds like a good idea until the follow-up question. See what I mean? They don't think about it. So you just wanted her to get out here and run up her body count. And look at her expression.
To have sex without commitment.
The realization, oh my God, that is what's going to happen. What? If she doesn't get married and she just dates, That is what's going to happen. See, fathers know this stuff. We ask these questions. They're not doing it maliciously. They really think they're helping in a lot of cases. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
Oops. Yeah, like I said, I said it. You want her to get out of here and live her life, ride the cock carousel.
Now, I want you guys to understand. This mother recognized that for the first time, and her reaction was, and this is where I'm going to go in. A lot of you ladies do this to your daughters, and then when they have to deal with the outcomes of your lack of direction, your responsibility is, I raised you. My job is over.
And that's what I'm saying about Charlene. That's what I'm saying about Charlene. Charlene's mother failed her. She taught her daughter that she shouldn't prioritize marriage. She taught her daughter to continue having meaningless sex without commitment. And in return, you would have the expectation of CJ wanting being committed to you. You're not, when he asked you to marry him, you told him, no, you don't believe in marriage. So you're not a person who commits as well. So why would cheating be an issue for you?
Enough information to support your thesis statement. Need a topic sentence. Need unity and coherence.
This is boring. Your hair is the same as it was when we had a lot of conversation. Yeah, that's because it's my hair. Like, what are we talking about? You want me to put on a wig like you? Is there a certain, why do you care about how my hair is, ma'am? I don't swing that way. You see, Sasha she's already quick with the insults. As soon as she stepped in, nothing with substance. She thinks she's trying to go in, but she mad at me because I'm not bald-headed.
Bald head, scallywag, ain't got no hair in the back.
So when you have natural hair, it tends to look the same. And believe it or not, Sasha, I don't get on here to get dressed for you or anybody else but my husband. And he likes this look. So I don't know what you was trying to do with that, but I guess you got your little 2 minutes of attention. Child, these hyenas is crazy. That's what I'm saying. She wanted her daughter. She didn't want her daughter to get married. Her daughter's not married. So in response to her daughter not being married, she's now a baby mama. A lot of women rather have babies than be wives. Like I said before, because if I have a baby, I can control that baby. That baby's never going to leave me. But if I have a man, he could leave me. It's very, very fear-based. And why wouldn't Charlene think that? Her father's not around. Van's father isn't around. There's no men around there. The only man that they have is their uncle, who is miles and miles away with a different caliber of woman. Child, Sasha, show us how you really look instead of her listening to what your talking points is. She worried about your hair. We all know you biscuits and gravy. What up, Tyrone?
Hey, Tyrone.
Not biscuits and gravy. Hold on. Let me be petty for a few minutes. I wonder if I can go there. Damn, where's her? Can somebody give me the link to her page? Can y'all get the link to her page? Did she have a photo?
I didn't see a photo.
Damn. Y'all mods is quick. Hold on. I can't get to it, I think. Yeah, y'all, the mods done locked that down. Let Sasha comment.
All right, and there needs to be
I can't see the comment. Mods, is there a way you can go click her page and post it in the chat for me? Triesha, I am going to do Peach in a little bit. The girl with the wig must not know us. We don't argue with women with fake hair. It's like, girl, what? Would you want my hair to get up and change? So weird. Y'all just knock that shit out.
I can't get to it. I went to her page. It's only a picture of somebody in a bikini and with one subscriber. So I think it's somebody just made a page to talk shit.
Post it in the post it somewhere so I can click it.
I can't even get to it. Damn. It won't let me join or nothing. Not join, but
Okay, hold on. I got it. Hold on, Pop. Hold on.
You got it?
Oh wow, they don't even have a white. They got white women on here. Really?
Yeah.
Y'all not even fun anymore. Y'all trolls are not even fun. Oh my god. Y'all not even fun. Y'all got white women in the background. Oh, Sasha.
Sasha's not Sashaing. I can't even say it.
Girl, looking a hot mess. That's why you hide behind other women's photos. And you didn't even make them black. Like, you just didn't try. Oh, man. What a disappointment. Next. We can't even say nothing. She probably looked like she eat peanut butter sandwiches all day. Ain't nobody got time for that. Someone smoke detector needs tending to. Remember what Kevin ain't my husband changed all the batteries in our smoke detector. That ain't me. That's not me. So don't come for me, Miles. Okay.
I'm at my daughter's apartment, so if you hear that, it's coming from here. Mm-hmm. I do not live here. I'm just here for visiting purposes.
Girl, that was a waste of click. I should have known she was hiding behind pictures. Y'all trolls don't be nothing of stuff. Y'all be knowing what y'all look like, though. Y'all be knowing what y'all look like. That's why y'all come in here. It must be nice, honey.
Hot ass.
Not even a black woman's photos. Like, you couldn't even steal a black woman's pictures. Like, shout out the ghetto.
Tell me, hate on my daughter's smoke detector.
She said, "Don't come for her daughter's apartment, sir."
Look, it just went off.
Girl. No, that wouldn't be beeping in here. Every time my husband sees something, no, we fixing this right now. We not about to deal with this shit another minute. I'd be like,
call a damn landlord, tell them come change this shit. Change the battery or something.
Okay. Hold on. Let me see if I can get to. Hold on.
Ladies, we're going there tonight. You're going to have to get to a point to where you can actually talk to your mother. In some
What up,
cases,
LaShonda?
confront your mother, hold your mother accountable. I've said this many times. You're going to have to, Black people are going to have to get to a point to where you judge your mother.
I am Black. My dad is Black. And to show my family and myself how much I love myself, I chose to put white women as a page. Okay.
Exactly.
All right, Sasha. We believe you, boo. Mm-hmm. Yup. Girl, what?
As harshly as you judged your father, you give your father as much grace and mercy as you gave your mother. You forgive them both and you move on. Now we're going there because look, that mom said, because it's like, well, what can I do now? You raise them to be independent.
Happy
You raise them to
birthday,
get out here and date,
Tyrone.
and then you wonder why they can't find a man, and then you start asking them, when are you gonna get married?
Happy birthday, Tyrone. Hey, Mom, Nadine. Oh, you meant your birthday month. Okay, well, turn up. It's Libra season. It's Libra season, honey. It is Libra season. Tyrone, how come everybody know your birthday's on the 11th? How come everybody know your birthday's on the 11th? Y'all, I think Charlene just entered the chat.
Exactly. I was about to say that. I was about to say that.
I think Charlene just entered the chat. Ma'am, you are not a Hebrew Israelite. Get up out of here.
Go on, so
Girl,
time
what?
out. I got this.
I have a few Hebrew Israelite supporters. Where y'all at in the chat? Come get this.
I got this. Bye, Sasha. Charlene.
Oh, well, the mod that got rid of her. That's hilarious. Not her entering the chat. I am what my father is. So, girl, what? Get out of here.
Talking about her.
Birthday month,
She's mixed, but both her parents are Black.
Oh,
she
Lord.
looks white. Go about that bullshit.
I can't make this shit up. I just can't. What up, BJ? Not I'm what my father is. That was a dead giveaway. Y'all need to stop. Oh my God. Yes, we popped the pop Charlene ass right up out of here. That's fucking hilarious. Y'all ain't got nothing but time. Y'all ain't got nothing but time. I'm kicking it off today with my 46-year birthday anniversary season month. Go ahead, Tyrone. Enjoy. That shit was hilarious. Y'all know that shit was funny. This nigga said, I got a light-skinned friend look like Michael Jackson. Got a dark-skinned friend look like Michael Jackson. That shit was hilarious. You trolls want to be seen so bad. You know the funny thing about trolls? Y'all love the fuck out of us. Just admit it. Y'all love us. Because y'all can't stop getting in the chat. Y'all ain't rallied up and did nothing for your team. Y'all just be up in here, bored, having it. That shit is hilarious. Anyways, let's continue. I'm going to finish this up, and then I want to go to Jason's channel. I don't know why Jason did not give me that. I thought he posted a video of the picture that I had up there, but he didn't. He went on live about it. But let me finish this up real quick, and then I will tell you guys the correlation of this.
When I want to have some grandbabies. What do you mean grandbabies? I got a job. I got to pay this college debt off. I can't date. Well, I want some grandkids. Then they start pressuring their daughters. And then when their daughters get a man, Then it's when the sabotage starts happening. Oh, I heard. Oh, this is when all mama's problems start happening. Ladies, you're gonna have a chance to call in and tell your stories.
So this is a mother. I understand. And you think that's helping her. Get out here. Let me ask you, as what do you think your daughter is going to learn dating this guy that's going to help her be with this guy?
Damn.
Nothing.
Damn. You see how that is? Did you hear what he said? He said, what is dating this guy going to do or help your daughter with dating the next guy? That's a real question. Like, that's a real question. The only thing that's going to benefit is creating baggage. It's going to be creating baggage, period. That's all it's going to do. It's nothing beneficial. So if you women out here talking about, you got time, you're young, and then you turn around and look and you pushing 40 and you looking like Vivica Fox, like, oops, that's a problem. That's a problem. And I think that's what basically Charlene mother set her up to do. I think that's what they set her up to do. Charlene mama does not like her because Charlene looks better than her mom and she had a better chance at life before she got pregnant. If you really love your daughter, you shouldn't be kicking her out the house every other day because you getting on you know your daughter crying and shit. Like, why would she get a man of value if that's how you're treating her? Why is she letting her mother run her life and raise her kids when? Because you know what? And shout out to the Pisces out there. But unfortunately for women like Charlene, and it's not just Pisces that do this, other people do this too. It's kind of a guilt thing. She feels bad for letting her mom down by getting pregnant at the age of 16. She feels like that is her fault. And yes, some of it is her fault, but she had no guidance. Her mother had a lack of guidance. She's never held her mother accountable for anything. She said it was her fault that her mom did not speak to her because she was getting abused. And why would her mom deal with stuff like that? And the reality of it is, why wouldn't your mom want to keep some type of connection with you to make sure you okay? Because she know you in some damn domestic violence relationship. If you are in a domestic violent relationship, she threw her daughter to the wolves and then want to sit there and cry talking about the grandkids is not at school. She shows more love to her grandchildren than Charlene has ever received in her life as a child. If Charlene mother gave Charlene the support and love that she should have received and not throw her out every other day because she got tired of them being in her house, she probably wouldn't have gotten pregnant as early as she got pregnant. I believe that. And I believe the time she was throwing Charlene out of her house and out of her face was not only to go out and do her little stupid shit, her little hyena behavior. She was also jealous of her daughter because here's this young, pretty, long-haired 16-year-old girl out here with full of life, and I got to raise her, and I got to raise the other ones. And mama got to have a life too. Now that mama has no life, the only life she can have is putting into her kids. That's why Tacky Tanya, she ain't had no pictures going out on her birthday with her friends. Did y'all see any pictures of her living it up with her young friends her age, having a good time, turn up? No. Absolutely not, because Charlene mama don't have a life. Charlene mama don't have a life. So in return, now that her life is over and all she can do is hug up on them mountains, all she can do is be in the mountains. Of course, she's going to love her kids now and be a part of her kids' life now. She don't have anything else. For a woman to be that age and get excited about somebody inboxing her, talking about sending her, what was that country? Dubai. Somebody's talking about sending us to Dubai and they're going to fly us out there. She was so ecstatic about that. And it was like, woman, you talking about somebody in your inbox you never met, you never had a conversation with, you don't know in real life, and you ready to go fly your family out to another country because they said they love you?
That was a lie.
It was weird. Whatever it was weird. It was weird as hell. It was weird.
They were going to get those brown showers.
You know what?
Oh shoot.
The kids don't want it though. Honestly, you can always catch their dirty looks and comments, and they're tired of being all over them. Yeah. And you know what? She's what is overcompensating because she wasn't a good mother to her daughter. Just because you raise your child from the age of infant stage to adulthood does not make you a good mother. It does not make you a good mother. It really doesn't. Have y'all found? Oh no, we ain't looking for him either. That's why she always at the club with Charlene. Yes, she's always at the club with her daughter. She's her sister daughter. And in return, when they get old enough, Jalea gonna be in the club with all three of them. Hyena behavior.
That's
all,
fucked up, man.
all day. Y'all look, y'all be sitting up on live, talk about people's lives, and y'all don't know in real life is weird. Get a life. Right. So the troll decided to make a picture of a man and think that we were supposed to be convinced. I don't think that's really a dude, because I don't think a dude would be that spicy. But yeah, I guess. But you're here with us though. You're here to talk to us about how we talk about YouTubers who are public figures. Just how people gossip about Kanye, Nicki Minaj, and all types of stuff. But you here with us. Where is your wife and kids at? Oh wait, never mind. That's a fake profile. Forget I said anything. Like, ain't no grown man gonna talk like that. That's really spicy. Ain't no grown man gonna talk like that. Unless it's sashay. Ain't no grown man gonna talk like that.
Sashay.
Sashay. Okay.
You better work.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you heard Miss Shahrazad Ali say. She said, you not raising a child, you maintaining one. And she maintained her all the way up into the age where she was 16. And then when she got pregnant, instead of saying, you know what, I didn't put enough into my daughter, I didn't put enough into my child, let me help her with this situation. Instead of doing that, she decided, girl, that's probably Miss Eveline. That's probably Miss Evelana. She mad at me. Is that you, Evelana? Evelana, is that you, girl? Hey, girl. I'm the one who be talking about you because you a deadbeat. Hi. How are you doing today? Are you keeping the kids away again?
Probably is.
Probably so.
Yeah.
Hi, boo. Anyway, the reality of it is Tanya did not save her daughter. She threw her to the wolves, and she's trying to clean up the mess. And it took us to talk about, don't we got some interesting trolls? It's only in this sector that I have that. It's only in this sector that I have that. Even the tethers don't even come this hard. They really don't. They don't even come this hard. But yeah, we do got some interesting trolls over here, and they get paid nothing to do this all day. And they will come with another page and another page and another page. I'm glad for the trolls. I miss y'all. I felt like y'all didn't love me anymore. And look here, y'all out. Showing all out for you, girl. Go ahead. Thanks for the view. But Charlene and her mama both need to go to counseling together. And what Charlene don't know is what Jalea is witnessing from her mother. Exactly. What she's witnessing from her mother is nothing. She's struggling all the time. Every time it's something, she's trying to keep her head afloat. Instead of her, and exactly this, instead of her rising above this occasion and doing right by her children, she always has excuses. She's always stressed out. She always find new men to hide up under. She always does that. Like Rico was so unnecessary. He was so unnecessary. And before y'all start to say, well, he got with Lexi, CJ's financially established. She was the one who didn't have everything in order. She don't have anything in order now. That's why she's moving now. It's been a year. And what you showed us from a year is that you stayed in one place and one apartment. Well, not apartment, one house, and then you're moving to another one. That's all you showed us. No elevation or nothing. There was not a bossetta. There was not a high school diploma. And guess what happens? Let's say Charlene gets a bug up her ass and she decides to go to school. You know what we're going to do? We're going to be happy for her. Yeah, that's her name, Evilana. Okay? They knew what they was doing when they put that EVI in her name because they knew she was evil. He should have known then. He should have caught the signal. It's all right. It happens. It happens, girl. Yes, y'all. Don't forget to send the contributions with the Cash App. Your girl is here. Didn't save a dime. She didn't save not a drip drop of a dime. And even with that old battle axe who called to harass PJ, she said it wouldn't be me because I own a home. Exactly. You did what we're telling Charlene to do, which is ignore the situation, raise your kids the way you're supposed to, and get your money together. You ain't saved no money up. Where's all that money that is supposed to be saved for the kids' graduations in their own bank accounts? All that money gone too? You used all of your children's money, but nobody's talking about that. Nobody's talking about how Charlene drained her older 3 kids of their bank accounts of all that money CJ been contributing into their bank accounts over all these years. She depleted them funds, but she's a great mother. She made her children financially destitute from her decisions. So we supposed to be, where's that money at? Where was that money at? She said she was going to make exactly 5 kids. He put money in every single one of those children's bank accounts. Uh-oh, who is this? Shout out to Des, y'all.
It's about that time.
No, she didn't send a significant amount. So you know what gotta happen now. You know what time it is. Hold on. Y'all know what time it is. She didn't send a significant amount. So she had it. It's time, y'all. Did you see how he just went ahead and just anyway. What up, God got my back? What up? What's up? All right, y'all. We back. Thank you, Des. Thank you for the contribution, girl. Thank you. Much love, much love.
Hey, Richard.
Okay. Now let's get back to the question. All right, go ahead. Shout out to Robin.
I heard that.
I know that's right.
I know a bitch that's mad, waking up sad, cause a bitch can't fuck with me. I know a hoe that's pressed, waking up stressed, cause a bitch can't fuck with me. I know a bitch wanna fight, and I'm just like, bitch, you just can't fuck with me. I know a bitch that's pressed.
Des, I got a clip for you. You know that individual that everybody says always talk about us and talking trash about us? I seen this clip and I thought about this person.
No job, no dick. Whew, girl, no dick.
I'm gonna have to send you that clip, Des. I'm gonna have to send you that clip. I'm gonna have to send you that clip. Shout out to Boots Tarot. Let me play it one more time. Let me play it one more time.
No job, no dick. Whew, girl, no dick.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Anyway, like I was saying, right, that money that CJ put in all them kids' accounts could have went to the cars. It could have went to their education. It could have went to their new gear. It could have went to all of that. She single-handedly used her children. All of their money is dried up. Where is it at? Where is it at? Don't nobody ever ask those questions though. Why is that important? Because as their mother, you're supposed to be protecting them. You're supposed to be trying to find a way to invest that money in order for them to have. When they turn 18, they will have absolutely nothing because of you. And even though you allowed your daughter to finally get a YouTube channel, she can't even thank you for that. She has to thank CJ for that. Because where do they know her from? It ain't from Royalty Nation. It started off as So Cool Land. That's where it started off. She's destroying her children's lives.
And probably taking her money.
She ain't got no damn. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's taking that YouTube money for sure.
Mm-hmm.
No, but you know what, Richard? He's not. But the money that he gave them should have been enough for her to sustain and do whatever she needed to do to reinvest. She don't care. She's surviving in the moment. And that's what a lot of problem of these hyenas are. They live within the moment. They don't think about the future. She decided to leave yet again because she was on one, or she was allowing her daughter to disrespect CJ. She was allowing them kids to disrespect CJ. And all that man wanted was his house to be clean. But she decided she didn't want to do that. She wanted to talk trash. Instead of her saying in the beginning, you know what, me and CJ got it. She didn't even have to come on the internet. No, she didn't even have to come on the internet. Nobody knew what was going on until Charlene reported it. Nobody knew, right? So she decides to come on the internet, make up this story about the reason why she's leaving CJ is because of cheating. She did not let the real story out until she was able to use that to her advantage. She did not let that story out until she was able to use that to her advantage. And even after she posted that, nobody cared because you already lied. I think her supporters, they like to be lied to. They like this fantasy sold to them instead of being real about stuff because, you know, you saw the trolls in here. She knows she paying bills. Okay, but look, check this out though. Do y'all see even now with the opportunity and the platform she has, the inconsistency of what she's doing? She's not even posting consistently. She started posting now because she needs the views to get her check. Once she gets a certain amount of that check a month, she doesn't do anything. And that makes me beg the question, why? I feel like the only reason that a person has to do just enough to survive, and that's their only financial income to survive, is to receive government benefits. Think about it. She only posts just enough to survive. You can tell by her living situation and what she's doing and how she's moving, she does not have a lot of money. So why did she leave CJ? She left CJ because CJ put her and the kids out when they were being disrespectful. They were being too disrespectful. The second time they came back, they were being disrespectful. She didn't want to clean up. And he said, you guys are too negative. I want y'all out of here. I can't stand y'all. He was talking to Jalea. He was talking to Nation. And instead of Charlene stepping in and saying, look, y'all, this is an adult, You're going to have to respect it. We are a family. This is your stepfather. You need to respect him. She sat there and allowed those girls to talk to that man like that because that's how she truly felt. And instead of her getting her nuts out her pocket and saying it herself, she decided to use her kids to do it. And then when he responded, throwing him out, now y'all the victim. Now it's CJ threw it out.
And record the whole darn incident on
She
audio.
recorded it on purpose. That was her opportunity to do conflict resolution. That was her opportunity to say, look, you need to respect this man. You in his house. If it's cleaned up, if he want it clean, you need to clean it up. Y'all know how teenagers are. Teenagers are trash. Okay. I'm not rich and all. 6 of my kids have money in their bank accounts, and I put $10 in each time we get paid. I've been doing it since 15 years old, so they can buy himself a hoopty. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Des, she left to prove a point, and she didn't prove any point. She wasted time. Yes, they got it, girl. Their mouths, their mouths be cutting up. But the reason why they have mouths is because they don't like structure. CJ wanted the house clean. CJ was tired of the negativity. And as a man, he got tired of how things were and he addressed it. He should be able to address how he wants everything to run in his household if he's the head of the household. You see the difference on how things are ran in Charlene's care versus his. CJ's household is more structured than Charlene's is. It's more structured. He got the babies going to school. Everybody in there going to school in the morning. Everybody in there got a routine. They know what to do. They know where the snacks is. They have a routine at CJ's house. At Charlene's house, pandemonium. Pandemonium. No structure. Nothing. You got the girl on Instagram sticking her tongue out and licking out and getting ready to be out there having it. And my husband brought up the best point in the world, and it's been instilled in my brain now for a couple of days. Your daughter, your 16-year-old daughter was on Instagram Live with your 11-year-old baby listening to a teenage boy clap his meat. Why isn't nobody talking about that? This girl is 11 years old. Hold on. Shout out to Jason for this video because Jason brought this up and everybody overlooked it. Everybody overlooked it. This is not structure. This is not good parenting. This is not having control over your house. This is
please don't make me say it.
You're not even trying to stop the madness. You got this little boy clapping his meat, and your baby sister is right there talking about, I didn't hear anything. Girl, what? Hold on. Let me see what video that was.
He good.
This is what happens when there's no structure in the household. Oh, you didn't know that? We're about to play it right now. We about to show you right now. But it's okay, though. It's okay for your daughters to know this. And none of her supporters have said anything because it's okay, girl. Live your life, right? Charlene is doing the best she can. I know it did, love, because what the fuck? And now it bothers me because I'm like, what? It's a teenage boy clapping his meat for an 11-year-old? Ugh.
Let's jump right around her or her children. Because out of the blue, like 54 weeks ago, CJ comes to the kids' pickup, drop off, blicked up, hammered up. Rightfully so. One, you're an illegal gun state. You're a legal blick owner. No problem. I'm taking it everywhere I go.
Hold on, it went
Only
this
a few
video.
places you can't go.
That was that video was a video of Charlene being in people business.
You please don't make me say
not
it.
Charlene, Julia, but this is the video.
Say what?
Hold on.
You're average looking at best.
What up, y'all? Welcome back to the channel. Now, this is completely insane. Julia and Nation was on live. Now, they were letting people into their lab. So a young man came into their lab and he gave them the option to either do like some talents, either do one talent or another. And he couldn't do the first one, so he chose turbulence. Now, for a lot of people, we ain't talking about when you're on an airplane. I will definitely show y'all right now what turbulence is. But an 11-year-old was also right there while this man done the turbulence.
Yo, I could do two things, right? I could turbulence and I could draw. Which one you want?
Where the bros at? I'm trying to bend. Like, who trying to go meet they friend? KG, God, Mad, Sam. Up knock with the both of my hand. Oh, she do that hit. She trying to dance. Like, how many times did I send? 6. What? Oh, that's a fan. Back down, he got low on his.
So y'all see, it usually have the clapping sound when he moved like that. It's his meat smacking off his leg. Yeah, that's called turbulence. So right here, he's smacking the camera with his joint. You know what I'm saying? But this is what an 11-year-old Nation and 16-year-old Julia is on the internet about to watch a dude do. The turbulence.
Wow.
And Charlene is nowhere around.
I think the second one
as a good mother.
What?
Look at this.
My question is, why wouldn't Julia request for him to draw? Ooh, child, the ghetto.
She wanted to hear that.
You want to see my drawings?
Okay, let's do the turbulence. Let's do the turbulence.
I got you. You know,
So then she requests for him to do the turbulence while her little sister's right behind her. Unbelievable. And like I said, the turbulence is about that. She knows what it is.
Shorty, what the fuck is that? I could also sound like SpongeBob too.
He said, "Yo, Ray."
I could sound like SpongeBob too. Hold on,
Yeah, why couldn't we hear him sound like SpongeBob? Just grown.
Wait, hold on. Let me check.
And before we go any further, I want y'all to go over and subscribe, like, and jump in the comments.
Y'all
Little Bitty Beluga's opinion. Because you know what I'm saying? She got us with the alley-oop on this live. Once again, go give her a like, comment, and subscribe, and get her to 3K and more.
Oh, and little bitty Boogaloo. I love her. I love her content. If y'all not subscribed to her, subscribe to her as well.
Rappers.
Y'all can mods, can y'all post the links in the chat?
You doing that? Nah, because he's holding the camera with his hands.
You see what I'm saying? Look.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. That's disgusting. I don't want to hear no little teenage boy doing all that. But y'all get the gist of it. Ugh. Oh, no. That's too much. That's too much. I'm grossed out. I'm sorry. I can't. I smacked the shit out of my son because what the fuck are you doing?
She's seen somebody do that before. That's why she's so.
Look at her smiling. Do you see how pretty she is? Oh my God. I can't. I can't.
Wow. That's disgusting, man. And then she got a sister behind her.
I don't care what he clapping. I don't want to hear none of that. That is disgusting. He got his little midget meat doing all of that little stuff. Boy, don't nobody shout the ghetto. I need an adult. But this is what they're doing. This is what they doing. They all interested. I'm gonna try to stomach this for y'all. I'm gonna try to stomach, but I am grossed out. I'm a little nauseated, if you excuse me.
And look how invested they are. How come Nation is commenting on a guy doing it with his hand when we know that is supposed to be done with your private part. Why is she on here dialoguing and going back and forth? This is insane. A dad would never.
Okay. Okay. Girl, what? But this is great parenting, right? This is good. And Jason posted this, and Little Bitty posted this a couple of days back. Nobody's talking about it.
But every time Kamari gets on a live with one of her friends, they got a lot to say.
I know that's right, love. Come on now. Come on now. Where the belt at? Where the belt at? Come on now. That's crazy. Oh man. That's what I'm saying. Like, you have no control. You have no control over your children. They're going like, what how is this winning, people? Everything. The phone, the tablet, the computer, all that shit is mine. You can get it when you're out of my house. Period. Do y'all see that? None of her supporters said anything, of course. They're going to completely neglect that. Shout out to Little Bit. Y'all go ahead and subscribe to her. She be having the content. Shout out to Destiny Reacts. Shout out to Average at Best. Y'all post the links in the chat. Okay. Yeah. Oh, well, she can do that because it's royalty by Queen's Lashes. Royalty of Queen's Lashes, or whatever the fuck you want to call that. But they want to come for Kamari about some shorts, and they listening to some meat allegedly clap. Y'all, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Nah, because he's holding the camera with his hand. With his other hand.
Holding the phone.
See, they invested. They're dissecting it. They doing all of that. She don't have control. She don't have control over her children. Yes, she was. Yes, she was. And that's when CJ was there, and he exposed her on the internet, and they weren't happy about it, but he embarrassed her publicly because he's like, what are you doing? And to the grown man that's out there, don't be talking to no little kids. He shut that down for the moment. That's why they couldn't, no wonder they couldn't wait to leave CJ's house. They wanted to leave CJ's house so they can start on that hyena behavior. That's why. They didn't want no structure. They didn't want a man telling them what to do, because this right here is what you need to be. Not nobody prominent, not going to college, but listening to Turbulence with your little sister is perfectly fine.
I'm with this hand. You see?
Oh my God. Like I said, he's supposed to be clapping his meat against his leg.
And do you see that? Do y'all see that? They don't want no structure in there. They want to be out there having it. What Kevin Samuel say? What he said? He said having mindless sex. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. They was ready to get loose as a goose. They sound just like their mother when they laugh, didn't they? They sound just like her. Okay, my belt would have been turbulence. It would have been bat. That's the turbulence you gonna get. Bat. That's the turbulence you gonna get. Okay, I'm telling you, girl. Hold on.
Oh, that actually looks wow.
That shit crazy.
Hold up. Wait.
She don't even look sober. What up, Ray? She don't even look sober. Did she look sober to y'all? And do we have any Marijuana smokers in here? Can somebody could I don't smoke, but I know some of y'all do partake in the devil's lettuce. So the ones that partake,
Not the devil's lettuce.
so the ones that partake in the devil's lettuce, does she look a little high to you? Girl, I
Eyes half
don't even
closed.
want to know, honey. I don't even want to know. Girl. Yeah, this is what they doing.
Oh,
Bro,
where is Charlene? Throw the teenagers and the adolescents completely away.
So I can't do it.
He said throw the teenagers away. He said throw the teenagers away. Oh, shout out to Jason. Yes, Nation was looking. She all over the shoulder like. Or her mom gave it to her. Either or. Something going on. Mm-hmm. That's because of the 11-year-old should not be even experiencing any of this.
Right now, God.
And we see this is the video of this picture right here.
Bitch, show me your laugh.
So they was doing a lot on this lap.
They should
Wow.
that shit crazy.
Oh, nobody is here, bro. What are y'all talking about? Look, nobody here.
It sure did.
Someone is down. It sounds like somebody is down.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm doing my room right now, so like it's not gonna be here. But nah, just me. But all right, I'm gonna let you continue your live though.
Hi, man.
Unbelievable, bro. Y'all seen it. Y'all seen it right there. Jalea is on the internet taking part in the turbulence challenge. Yeah, she's on the internet taking part in turbulence. What little girl have the business to be on the internet playing games with anything that got to do with your lower extremities? This is crazy, bro. Charlene is completely a bad parent, bro. It's supposed to be his meat smacking his leg. That is what the turbulence is. If y'all didn't know, that is turbulence. Unbelievable, bro. This is what these little girls is on the internet doing while her mom go out there and run out there to Rico. You know what I'm saying? You're trying on his little spider rings. Yeah, Charlene just went back to Cali. I'm going back to Cali. Yeah, she always run to Cali to see Rico. Lately, he has not been coming to Vegas. She's been running herself 3.5, 4 hours away to Cali to see him, promote his music, and get them guts, creek goat guts beat up. Yeah, river falcon beat clean up because your daughters is completely over here
Not a river
doing
falcon.
all type of, you know what I'm saying, things that young ladies should not be doing or participating with on the internet. And people actually come at me and call me weird when I got 2 sons and I don't even let them do nothing like this. And my boy 19 and 13 and they still can't step out of line.
Okay.
I'm gonna let my girls step out of line. This is that shows you how weird y'all are in y'all households. They really come at me, and all I am is being objective to little girls partaking on the internet in games like this. Where do you think this leads to? Like, for real, where do y'all think this go to? Where do y'all really think this leads to? We know, and it's never good, but that's okay. Men been telling y'all for years they don't want to listen. That's on y'all. Y'all gonna learn the hard way, like the rest of them do. The Brittany Renners and everybody else that didn't want to listen. Yep, just like this. Unbelievable, man. On the internet, carrying on with turbulence. This was the day that Charlene was actually doing the for my panties. Singing in the Danny's. This was that same day. So they done this that whole day. They was doing lives, TikToks, because they have the same clothes on. It's the same day. Unbelievable, man. My daughter, which I don't have none, I have 2 sons, would never. Because you know why? My sons did never, could never, and will never. And one of them's 19. He could do what he want, but he still can't. Yeah. It's called respect, raising them right.
Did you see that look? Did you see that killer look in his eyes? Like they still can't. Like look, like nigga try. Them dads don't play, boy. Them dads don't play. One time my husband got called bro by one of his boys, and he has not been called bro ever since. I'm gonna just throw that out there, okay? Because men do not play that. They don't play that. And the reality is, after a certain age, you know, we do the nurturing part when they were young. We do the nurturing part when they're babies. You know, we show them the love, we show them the care. You know, we give a little discipline, but it's more, you know, mommy, you know, they stuck under your hip. But then when you get to the age about teenage age, you need a little help. You need a little help. You know what I'm saying? And men are like, I wouldn't have it any other way. I don't know why people are okay. This is what old girl said. LaTanya, where you at, LaTanya? We missed you, girl. Where you go? This woman? This the part where you said Charlene was winning? Where you go? This is winning to y'all?
I think we gave her the boot.
Inbox it to me on Instagram if you consider that winning. Yeah, he looking like I wish they would. Okay, he like I wish they would. You know what I'm saying? Daddies are important. Fathers are very important. Okay, they are very important. It's just this is crazy.
Guess what? I was a rookie goon. Yeah, I was a whole niglet out in them streets, goofy and stupid, 3-time felon. Yeah, still don't let my son and them walk or go left. No, y'all gotta stay straight. Yeah, y'all can't even go to the right. Stay straight. And both of them stay straight. He graduated. He has a great job. He's in the gym every day, changing his body. It's unreal. And my 13-year-old is getting into the streaming, and it's all good. So there you have it, man. What I'm gonna need y'all to do, I'm gonna premiere this video, is hop in the comments and let me know what y'all think about this crazy situation. If you enjoy the content, please hit the like button. If not, hit the dislike button. It's all free. Subscribe, share, and to go further.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know
I
what
like
I'm
when
saying?
you do that.
Nobody said anything about this. Nobody said a word. Nobody said one word. I didn't hear a peep. Charlene's doing great. She's a great mom. Charlene is losing control, and y'all not seeing it. And I almost want to bet Leon is doing way more than they are because he's under the radar. Do you know what happens with a kid that's under the radar?
Not a good feeling.
They do the most because they're under the radar. They're not the ones that are around the mama all the time. They out there doing whatever, having it. Do y'all remember that video that Charlene had when she was driving around talking about, yeah, I need to figure out where Julia at because she ain't gonna be just going and doing whatever she want to do when she want to do it. Remember that? It's starting. It's starting. Teenagers suck. I know that's right, love. And he ain't called him bro no more. The bro thing went out the window. Yeah. Ooh, ooh. Oh, sorry, Dad. Yeah. Okay. Y'all remember that? She done lost control of her kids. This is a time where it would have been okay for a man to step in and get control of that. But you got rid of the structure in your household because you didn't like what they were saying. You didn't like what was going on. You encourage your daughters to talk trash, and you hear these grown women want to be grown women talk about some. All you're gonna do is miss us when we gone, and you're gonna cry over YouTube. Well, damn, that's how you feel about a man crying over you because he loved you. That's how you treat that man. You throw that in his face like that.
You please don't make me say it.
That's what they doing. A lot can happen at the park. Yes, she is, because she has fast tail friends. And you know how, let me go back to, hold on, let me see if I can do this. How grown, like, let me see if I can get that photo back. What can Charlene say to her kids about their behavior and what they're doing when her ass is all out? Like, what you gonna say? This is inappropriate. This is why your ass is all over social media selling it for $10 a pop. So why do they feel like they need to talk to you? Why do they feel like they, you know, what they gonna listen to her? What's she gonna say? How is she the voice of reason when she got her ass all on social media? I'm trying to go to, hold on, y'all. I'm trying to get this photo up. Ashley, can you send me that passes pic with her ass cheeks, with her booty bug cheeks out?
Booty butt cheeks.
look like she about to take a shit. Smoke it. Exactly. That's the example you're giving them. That's the example you're giving them. No structure. This is what happens when you remove a man out of the household. And you want to go ahead and do things the way you want to do things. It did. That's what it looked like to me. Yeah, twerking, doing all types of stuff. But this is that feminism shit that they be talking about. This is freedom. This is freedom. Hold on, let me go and see if I can find. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see if I can find a video. Y'all, shout out to Paradise Paris. She is also on YouTube. If you have not subscribed to her, go ahead and do so. But I'm trying to find a particular video. Hold on.
Graduation, engaged. And the question came up, well, why is it not the reality for Black women? I know y'all not gonna like what I gotta say, but you know me, I'm gonna say it anyways. First and foremost, Black women are above reproach. If it don't validate us or excuse our bad behavior, we don't want to hear it. Instead, we'll say, well, men do it too. Secondly, we'll find every excuse in the world to validate why we don't want to be married or why we don't want to be in a relationship. Well, they get cheated on. Well, they do this. Well, they do that. But then we have all these standards for men, and we're still actively seeking for men in the midst of our hurt while inadvertently telling them to go to therapy. We do not practice what we preach. Thirdly, the independent woman is a myth. Actually cared about being independent and it was something that made you happy, you would not have all these standards to negate your independence. Nobody wants to relinquish power. You'll find every excuse in the world to not be submissive and wonder why white women can get away with their bad behavior. We take everything bad from white women, except for the fact using marriage to our own benefit. But you'll run to the child support office, though. equality against men, and the only time we actually want to be equal to men is when it comes to degenerate behavior, hypersexuality, abusing or abandoning children. Even when it comes to the gold digger conversation, what you don't see those other women do, even when they are just screwing men for money, is bashing men and inadvertently making men feel like they're not important. Also, too, telling them that they don't need men. Psychologically, we have been taught to disassociate ourselves. And even in that Malcolm X quote where he says the black woman is the most disrespected, he also says to be near your man. Because who taught you to hate the very race of a group of white girls who are sitting at their graduation engaged? And the question came up, well, why is there not?
Okay. So there you have it. When women are beyond approach. And even in this comment right here in this comment section, you see that somebody says the black man's definition of submission is control. It's a power struggle for a lot of these women. It's very fear-based when you got, if like, look at Jalea. Look at Jalea. She's a 16-year-old girl, right? You think she's going to be interested in a committed relationship? Look how her mother's life turned out. Look how her grandmother's life turned out. And you know what's fucked up about all of that? Tanya had her father. Tanya had her father. And guess what? Charlene don't know nothing about her granddaddy. Did y'all see the video of Charlene when she was talking to Tanya, and Tanya was like, yeah, your grandfather used to do something with planes. And it was something that she said her grandfather used to do. Charlene was looking like, huh? You know, grandpa used to do it. And Charlene was like, bitch, what? Like, you don't tell, like, but you had your daddy, apparently. You got all kinds of stories talking about what your dad did and stuff like that. Miss Queen of Receipts, Des. Miss Queen of Receipts, Des, can you get that clip for me, please? I know she got it. She got all the receipts, okay? Y'all remember that? I know that's right. I'm getting my daughters ready to go see Beyonce tonight. Oh,
that's what's up, Michelle. That's what's up.
How old is your oldest daughter? Because let me tell you, when I'm gonna be very selfish. Okay, I'm going to go see Beyonce. No, I'm just playing. I'm not really. I like Beyonce's music. She cool, but I'm not like a super fan. I think I was turned off because of what happened with Destiny's Child, and I ain't ever got over it. And I should. And I still listen to her music. I mean, if it's good, I'll listen to it. But I'm not a beehiver. But well, I won't tell you to have fun, but I hope your daughters have fun. Her mom was a thought, and Jalea being a thought. Hope she graduates without a baby. Me too, child. And I hope she aspires to do something else other than what her mother did. Shit, she got one more year, and she done already surpassed her mama in education. So that says a lot right there. 24? Okay, Miss 24 better get her ticket. She better get her own ticket. That's good, Michelle. But I'm telling you. Hey, did anybody get an update from Crazy Bone? I know this is like way off topic, but I'm like a big Bone Thugs fan. And I haven't heard anything about Crazy. I know he was fighting for his life, and I haven't heard any follow-ups.
I know they keep saying, keep him in his, prayers and everything.
Girl, you really wanted to go? I would have went. Bump all that. Nope. You grown. You got that. There was a clip that I wanted to look at when she was talking about how for some reason Black women bought into feminism, and they thought that feminism they equate feminism and freedom with sex.
I knew what I said was going to cause some tension, and that's okay. I stand on everything I said. But since y'all are having such a disconnect, let me go ahead and break it down for you. You don't have to go to college to find a man. But what's not common is you don't see a lot of Black women sitting in the audience either engaged or married, even though we are the most enrolled. On top of that, 1 in 4 of us are married. So even though black men marry us at higher rates than they marry outside of their race, and they are the demographic that marries interracially the most, they're still not marrying black women at substantial rates compared to other races. White women almost double in marriage. What I'm speaking to is a mentality. Black women is the only group of women that says things as a collective. I don't need a man. I'm strong and independent. Fuck a nigga, get money. I can raise my kids on my own. I can do everything by myself. We're the only group of women that disassociate ourselves from our men.
What she say? What Charlene say? I'm the mama and the daddy, face ass. Ain't that what she said?
Yep.
She ain't lying.
And in the very moment that they come with their preferences in response to our standards, we have the audacity to say things like they're insecure, sassy, zesty, misogynistic, or they just simply hate black women. Y'all don't practice what you preach. A lot of y'all are trying to heal from the hurt that your father caused, and you taking it out on every man as if you dated every black man, and then we'll have the audacity to say, well, these men are not doing this, these men are not doing this. The definition of insanity is doing something the same way, expecting some different results, and y'all keep doing stuff the same way because it's a mentality. So I'm fine if you want to argue, but make sure you can sustain. I knew what I said was gonna cause some tension, and that's
she be eating these women up. Y'all
Heck
think
yeah.
She be eating their asses up. I cannot find the video. I gotta find the video. Damn. I need to find the video.
Saying like women who have had terrible experiences with men, they speak out loud in front of all the other women the moment that they see somebody happy to kind of like dim their light. And it's like they speak almost with this hurt, hatred, and disdain as if other women haven't had terrible experiences. The difference between me and you is I healed. I didn't allow that to shape shift the way that I think about love, and I didn't allow that to stop because I'm just such in a unself-aware denial about my reality and what I desire in relationships. So as far as black women and do we desire marriage, I think it's cap. Absolutely. I think majority of women still desire marriage.
I believe her. I agree. I agree.
Until I'm 45 and I just got a long relationship with somebody and I want to be married again. So it's always
you just gotta learn not to, bring whatever old circumstance in your new one.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's just we are women. We love the companionship. We love, you know what I'm saying? It's a beautiful feeling to have somebody who just loves you and have your back and supports you.
Yeah.
Support you when you're right, correct you when you're wrong, but still support you and show you that love. Like it's a beautiful thing.
I mean, that's all I wanted, and I wasn't getting it with the person, with my ex.
Right. But
So,
and instead of you turning bitter, you just like, okay, maybe that wasn't the one. Okay,
yeah.
let's double back, figure out what's going on, and then and let's ride on out and try it again. Shit.
Yep.
But it's just all these women, all these supporters, even that woman that called PJ, I really wish she would have hopped on the link because she was crazy as hell for no reason. She got a lot to clean up. There was a Kevin Samuels was speaking to, and the woman that Kevin Samuels spoke to, he asked that woman, would your sons date a woman like you? And she said, no, they told me they didn't want to date a woman like me. And he said, well, that says more about you than anything. She got quiet. How your son don't want to marry a woman like you? You supposed to be like the representation. And she was at the time married to their father, and she was divorced.
Mm-hmm.
I know that's right. God got my back. It's a beautiful thing. Marriage is a beautiful thing. It really is. To have someone to support you, love you, have your back, rub your back, you rub his back, you feed him, he feed you. Like it's an amazing, beautiful thing. This is why I advocate, because there's a lot of single men out there who are not, a fuck boy, of what they call a fuck boy. It's a lot of men out there who's willing to be with women and get married and have children, but they don't want to marry nobody that's talking about some I'm outside. I'm outside. Like, don't nobody want that. Like, where is the you as the woman is the representation of the man. And you don't want to be out there having it looking crazy. Talking about you outside looking like Erica Mena, looking like Suki, talking about some I don't know who told me to lick ass. Like, that's crazy. She just made a tweet talking about she regret licking ass. Why do I need to know that, ma'am?
Why she don't keep that to herself? Oh my gosh.
Just raunchy, just gross. And we want the problem with a lot of black women, and this is why they don't like, hold on now, let's reel it in. This is why they don't like CJ with Lexi. Let me tell you why they don't want CJ with Lexi. They expect black men to be loyal to them, even though they're not loyal to black men. Now, that they want black men to take it. Let's double back. Okay. Let's go back to the time where CJ was shot. That was the perfect opportunity for Charlene to say, I support you and I have your back. But instead of her saying, you know what, your girlfriend's there, call me. I want to know you're okay. Let me FaceTime you with the kids so the kids can see you and make sure you're okay. And be very feminine within your energy and really show that man some love. Instead, you start antagonizing and talking stuff like, I can't do nothing with that white bitch there. It's not Lexi's fault that she's feminine. When CJ did that video about Lexi, and he went in there and he trolled Lexi. Lexi said her little stuff, but she didn't go on a rant. She didn't go, click up with the other side. She didn't do any of that. She stayed within her feminine, kept it moving, went back to working out, saying, you know what? I messed up. I invested too much to where I forgot who the fuck I was as a woman, and that's not going to happen again. Yes, I was there. Yes, I supported him, and yes, I love him, but I'm going to do me. I'm going to make sure I'm okay. She wasn't out there thotting around talking about, I'm outside. She went and got herself right, her mental right. She renewed her real estate license. You know what I'm saying? She renewed her real estate license. She never showed anything to CJ to the point to where CJ had to publicly apologize to her because he was made to look like a fool, because we seen a woman who supports you, rode for you, and had your back, and you trolled her and you did not get the response that you thought you was gonna get. She did it like a lady. Okay. But y'all want Charlene to have her kids cussing at this man, being messed up at this man, and take it because they both black? How the fuck is that beneficial to the man? It's weird. I won't say racist. I will say prejudice. We don't have enough power to be racist. Okay. I can't prevent a nigga from getting a job from nowhere. Okay. I can't prevent nobody to do nothing. But yes, prejudice. They think that black men owe them something. You can't be thinking that black men owe you anything if you're not doing anything to keep them. Black men are very desirable. Contrary to what y'all try to throw out there, contrary to what y'all try to say, there's a lot of black men who are very desirable. Very desirable. And in the dating pool, it's getting a lot harder for a lot of black women. Why? Because we're too masculine. We're too masculine. Instead of Charlene being within her feminine, she tapped into so much masculine energy. It's to the point to where CJ don't even want to be around her. He don't even want to have a conversation with her. At this point in time, he don't even want to co-parent, because the opportunities he tried to give her to co-parent, she decided she didn't want to do that. So now here we are. So all the black women who mad that CJ's mad at CJ for trying it with a white woman. He has 2 black baby mamas. He's dated multiple black women. He's attempted to date other black women, but Lexi in particular showed him feminine. She showed him, I got your back. She showed him support. She showed him love. And y'all want him to turn that down because y'all want him with a black woman? If the black woman did what she needed to do to keep that man and not be so masculine, involving her children, not turning them little baby hyenas, he would have still been with her. Multiple times. For what I'm hearing, he attempted to marry a black woman multiple times. Multiple. He proposed to Nike. He proposed to Samantha. He proposed to Charlene. They said all that man wanted to do was get married. Hell, he got that on the list. So am I going to get mad at CJ for trying something new that fits for him? Y'all, instead of y'all saying, you know what, CJ done found... Instead of y'all saying CJ done found a woman who's feminine, supports him, helps take care of his kids... She helps co-parent with them to the point where she giving niggas times outs. Okay, she really riding for this man, and y'all want him to turn a blind eye to all that love and affection that she giving that man because she not black. Y'all sound dumb as hell. Y'all sound dumb as hell.
That's right. That's right.
No, you gonna take this abuse because you supposed to, because you black. I love my beautiful black sisters, but they need to break away from the sisterhood. Facts. Or that buy a cat and die alone is going to be sooner than expected. Facts. I think CJ would have been faithful to Charlene if she would have set the tone in the beginning. Facts. Yes. She did not set the tone. She was having threesomes and shit and orgies and all types of stuff allegedly. That might be the case. That might be the case because from looking at their previous videos, ain't no love there. It looked like a business situation. Ain't no love there. If you're gonna give a man kids, you might as well marry him. Kids are forever. Marriage nowadays is temporary. Yeah, especially when they added that little extra little clause in there. No shade, but Lexi bring things to the table also. She brought a bigger table, and Charlene did. That's what I'm saying. Like even like I said, between the breakup, it didn't even take Charlene. It didn't even take Lexi a year to do this, mind you. It didn't take her a year to do this. She stayed quiet. She handled her business. She renewed her real estate license within a period of a couple of months. Okay, didn't respond when she found out that people that was trying to reach out to her was shady. She's like, oh, let me not fuck with the people. And she just went back to focusing on her, which led her and CJ to converse again. And after they started conversing, they figured out whatever they needed to figure out. And she was like, wait, hold up, brother. I'm not going to be back up in your videos like that. She just now started getting back in CJ's videos because everything that happened. And she didn't fuss. She didn't fight. She didn't turn up. Whatever they talked out and they discussed, they talked out and discussed. And it's just what it is for now. So black women don't need to be mad that CJ decided to do something different because what he was doing prior for whatever reason wasn't working. Okay, Charlene is so hard. She's so angry. She's not a happy person. She's filled with regret. She's filled with animosity. She wants blood. She wants this man to suffer. She invests too much time to try to bring him down to the point where she's calling child protective services and having her supporters do it to make false claims to try to snatch this man away from his kids because they're no longer a family. That's a lot of pain and anger to work through. And I don't care if she dated Rico, Frico, I don't care who she dated. It's never going to work until she fixed that in her heart. And she needs to also go to therapy to dissect the mommy issues that she has and the daddy issues that she has. People be so quick to be mad at the father because the mother's still there, and they never address the things that the mother is doing. She's still upset with her mother because she could have had a better, more improved life had her mother not dropped the ball. Can we talk about it? And if Lexi is being more feminine and is supporting that man, cooking for that man, doing whatever, did you hear how? And this is how aggressive. This is how aggressive, and this is how much this is y'all. It's coming. It's coming. Charlene called her the help, which means Charlene don't be cooking for real, for real. Charlene don't be cleaning up for real, for real. Or at least having her kids clean up for real, for real. You call her the help. And guess what a wife is? A helpmate to their man. So that only proves that you're not even qualified to be a wife to speak on wife issues. You trying to convince this man that the woman that's being a helpmate to him is the help. Yes, you damn right she the help. A helpmate. That's what a wife is. Now put that in your pipe and smoke it. It's better than the other choices you like. She calls her the help. You want to call her the help, and you want to have your supporters call her the maid. They don't know what a wife is either. They don't know what a helpmate is. They don't know any of that. Charlene feels like a lot of these hyenas, a woman is supposed to just sit there and get paid for and just get paid to look cute and be sexy and sit on there like some trophy wife. Don't do shit. So when you see somebody like Lexi step in, and Lexi is cooking, cleaning, assisting with the kids, you don't know she doing wifely duties. She making sure her, and here's how fucked up that is. Lexi is cooking in the kitchen for CJ, right? So he can continue being nourished and full and eat healthy so he can survive the next day. The kitchen is your first form of medicine. Y'all ready to talk about it? What you put in your body is the first form of medicine. That's why we probably shouldn't be eating meat and shit, you know. But she makes sure that man healthy. Even though she cooking the meat and she cooking all that other stuff, she got vegetables in there. She feeding the kids, making sure they healthy. He feels so good to where he's healthy and nourished. He ready to go out there and take on the world. That's how you supposed to do it as a spouse. You supposed to make sure that man is fed. Come on now. When has it been a bad thing to have your house clean? You saw what happened when the house not clean. Y'all see Charlene's house all the time, and y'all talk about how nasty her house look. I see a lot of women be in the comments talking about her house is nasty. She don't ever clean it. Somebody said the video of her moving out was the first time they ever cleaned that house. And I said, y'all ain't shit. Y'all ain't shit. But that's what
thinking the same thing.
You know what? You know what? So that, you know, y'all be coming for how that house look. So it only proved that they don't want to do nothing. They just want to sit up all day and do nothing. You can't. You got to bring some substance to a relationship. I mean, she doing something. I'm just saying. So, you know, you want to call her a helpmate. She sound like she acting like a wife to me. When he needs something done, where Dez at? Because I don't know about y'all married women, but I make doctor's appointments for my husband. I make them for all the kids. My husband went to the doctor. They said, "Where were we seeing you for?" I don't know. My wife she made the appointment, so I'm here. Okay, well, we're gonna figure this out. I make dentist appointments. You know what I'm saying? Because if my husband is out there on his grind and he working, what the fuck am I doing? I gotta make sure he's okay. I gotta make sure all his stuff is good. I gotta make sure, you know what I'm saying? When the money hit the account, I need to take care of this bill. I need to take care of that bill. I'm not no damn maid. I'm a helpmate to my husband. He can't do it. He working. You know what I'm saying? You know, and when he wants to have maritals, we have maritals. Y'all gotta know what it is. Y'all weird. Not y'all, but you know, them hyenas in the bushes. Mm-hmm. Ooh, child. Not the stove. The stove, she better get some of that pink stuff. The pink stuff is good. You can get it at Walmart now. The little pink stuff putty cleans up everything. The fact that she's doing it at 24 when yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's doing it at a young age. This is why white women get married early, because they be doing this shit at 24 and stuff. We got to have conversations and graduate college and do all this other stuff before we can do that. That's what they preach. So, anyways, y'all, I'm just saying, they don't want to talk about that though. They want CJ to be loyal to the black woman when he hasn't really received much of loyalty from Charlene. He ain't received no loyalty from her. Loyalty would have been her not going to other pages, fighting and talking about him. Loyalty would have been just standing behind the scenes, creating her YouTube content and figuring out what the co-parenting situation was going to be. It take two people to argue. It take two people to argue. And instead of going there and putting the camera in his face talking about messy, hey, let's really try to do this behind the scenes. She claims she wants shit done behind the scenes. Jason Blackburn said it. The quality of men you get is most important thing for a woman. Exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, she don't want to be married. She just want to be taken care of. She looking for a daddy, the daddy she never had. You know what? I know, Triesha, but the problem is these other black women be like claiming her, even though she don't claim them, they be claiming her. Without Nike making CJ the great man he is, Nike is doing. And you know what? Even with the Nike situation, like, they weren't together, but a lot of the stuff that was brought up, Nike gonna respond. But I've never seen Nike offer information. You know what I'm saying? I never seen Nike go and say, I'm just gonna make this video about CJ so cool. He not the best. He's this, he raggedy, woo, woo, woo. A lot of her videos were responses to what they were saying about her on YouTube. And then she's like, oh, y'all want to play that? Well, here's the screenshots. Here's my proof. She wasn't just gonna let them people talk about her. But guess what? Kamari was still on the plane to her daddy house. That's why CJ and Nike was able to co-parent and get to a place where they were good, because Nike ain't never did no fuck shit like that. She ain't never did, you know what I'm saying? Like, Nike taps in her divine feminine when it comes to CJ, because when he needs her, she there as a friend. She there as a co-parent. She there as a helpmate as well. They all one big happy family over there. You know what I'm saying? Lexi don't be trying to come for Nike, and Nike don't be trying to come for Lexi. They do what they do. Nike done moved on. You know what I'm saying? She got Tavy. She got her other boo. You know what I'm saying? And they co-parenting. She playing her part. She just like, hey, I'm here. You know, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Jamise. Happy belated birthday, boo-boo. Turn up. Jamise is so pretty to me. She looks like my best friend's girlfriend, low key to me. And I know y'all don't know what my best friend girlfriend look like, but to me, she low key looks like her to me. They got like the same smile. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know. But yeah. So, you know, that's my commentary for this situation. Charlene's not moving. Charlene, well, she's moving, but she's not moving out of state. So y'all just ignore the cap. They just want attention. And let's just say for shits and giggles, she moves out of state, right? If she moved out of state, she would be in big trouble. There's a court order. They both have 50-50. Nothing has changed from the 50-50. The court date is in November. Nothing is different. Nothing has changed. And if you guys look at the history of the content creators who post stuff like that, look back at their other videos and find where they said she won $20,000 a month in child support. Y'all find those videos. And then y'all find the other video where she said that they all said that she had full custody. Y'all look at the repeated step. It's getting old. I mean, I guess if you're running out of content, I guess that's what we're doing, right? Right. So, you know, even Nike turned down Funny Mike's invitation to the prom because she was like, she's showing loyalty. She not, Michelle. She not, Michelle. We know she not. They're just doing it for shock value. They just want attention. But this attention that they want, it's not going to reflect on Charlene, because she said she was going out of state. She didn't say she was moving out of state. She played around the words. So if you play around the words and you get your own merit, and somebody else gets their own idea, you can't control that. So she just throws the little rocks and see whoever does it. Can't marry a woman that has disrespectful SSA children and not pay all the bills. That's what I'm saying. Like, this man, and that's a fact. CJ was paying all of the bills in that house, regardless if they were featured or not. He got them to where he was at. He did the paperwork and study on what he needed to do to continue making that money roll in, and he involved them equally. He equally involved all of them. But let me tell you something. When CJ had these kids in the videos, the only time you really seen the kids in the videos is when they were traveling and going places on his dime. Now, they had like the challenges and all that other stuff, but 9 times out of 10, CJ was the one who orchestrated that. Because if you look at Charlene's content, she's still using his ideas. And she does it poorly. That spicy challenge that she caught them doing when they was choking on the chips and stuff like that, she just had them standing up doing it. There was no stage. There was no table. They didn't have the camera up there. They didn't have the conversation. She just did it so lazy. What I can't stand and what annoys me about a person is if they give you some content or they give you something and you have to buy it because they're them. That's what she gives me. She doesn't put any thought into her videos. She doesn't put any time into her videos. She's just like, you guys are going to watch me, and it is what it is. Run the numbers up. I don't have to do much. That spicy challenge that she called a spicy challenge was terrible. It was a 5-second clip of them standing up and go, you go first. You go first. Okay, well, you know, it was not planned out. It was not thought of. It was like, even Jalea's videos that I've seen, they're very dry. They try to throw the little ad-libs in there, but the majority of the video that she had recently was her cleaning up. I don't want to watch her cleaning up. Where's the content? Facts. The kids made several videos referring to him as their dad. Now it's a problem when he refers to Lexi as stepmom. Yeah, because she white. because she white. And I said it once and I said it again. Black women, if you don't want these black men dating other cultures, white, Asian, whatever, do what you need to do to stay in your divine feminine to get those men, because they don't do it until they get a negative experience, a continual negative experience for black women. And the black women out here, the cesspool, y'all see it all the time. I got a video that's coming out of a black woman setting her sister up to get jumped. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. Like, what kind of behavior? A girl sister set her up to get jumped. Like, that ain't no lioness activity. You know what I'm saying? That ain't no lioness activity. And in my opinion, if it didn't work with the black women that these men attempted to marry and they found something different, that's their prerogative. As long as they ain't on here bashing black women and saying blah, 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 then it shouldn't bother you. They're allowed to love who the fuck they want to love. Oh shit, hold on, the comments is going by very fast. I'm not going to tell somebody to stop dating somebody or marrying somebody because they're getting treated well. That's crazy. Right. And he's supporting her, and you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not, no, don't be with Lexi because she white and she treats you good, and she treats you so good. All of social media is calling her to help because she makes sure all your cares and needs taken care of. No, get you a black woman who will allow your kids to disrespect you and treat you like shit when they don't get their way because she black. And that's not fair for the men. Instead, as a collective, as us women, as black women, we need to grab these younger black women and say, look, boo-boo, that's hyena behavior. We need to bring the real version of black women back. We need to bring the real version of black women back. Not this hyena Suki with the good coochie sliding her vagina all down the red carpet and all that other stuff they be doing out there having it and stuff. Not this stuff. You got Krishan Rock, baby got a hernia because allegedly it come from her smoking and drinking while she was pregnant. And we all sat back and witnessed that woman do that. And she still got women out here supporting her. Nobody said she was doing, and she don't want to hear it. She don't want to hear all the bad stuff. No, forget about it because I'm not doing it anymore. That's when I was pregnant. You think? That's the main time when you shouldn't have been doing it. Nobody likes to be held accountable for their stuff. Nobody likes to be held about it. They don't like to be held accountable for their stuff. This baby is, I'm pretty sure, is in so much pain. And I'm so glad that when the baby get of age, the baby's not going to remember it. But you mad at Blueface for posting a picture of the boy's hernia, which he shouldn't have done that. That's a lot. But he has the hernia and he feel like you not doing nothing about it as the mother. You the mama. Why aren't you doing something about this? But it's okay because Krishan Rock is a black woman. That's what I'm saying. Not the baby neck. Yeah, the baby all bent back like this and shit. Like there's nobody helping her. Nobody is telling these women, look, what you're doing, you got to do better. You got to do better. And then you got these young little girls being trifling too. They look up to Ice Spice. They look up to all these grown people shaking their butt in the camera and stuff, popping their butt and twerking and all. They look up to all of that. But, you know, don't know conflict resolution. Y'all heard on PJ's Live when that woman called in, that older black woman, that older black hyena, was telling this grown man she was gonna fight him and his wife. She don't know this man, and she gonna tell him that she gonna fight him and his wife based on a YouTuber online she never even met, never had a conversation with. Talking about, I wish I can talk to her. You know why you not talking to her? Because she don't know you, ma'am. She don't know you. That's why you not talking to her. She don't know you, but you gonna run your behind up on the internet and threaten a man that you don't know and his wife? You don't know PJ from a can of paint. You don't know if that nigga will blow your top and pop your top off. And you talking about you a teacher? Trifling. And it's an older woman. She had to be in her what? She said 60s? Acting like this. Then you got that other girl. What's that other girl in Philly who was rallying up people on Instagram Live to go rob places and loot? And she got caught and now she crying. We got to get a hold of these women. All you women that support this shit, y'all not helping. Y'all got to get a hold. Y'all got to help get a hold of a lot of these women. It don't make no sense. It shouldn't be nobody on camera trying to coach their daughter to say a man sexually touched them when they didn't. The baby all scared. These women are running rapid. There's no structure, and this is what happens when you remove the men out of the equation. Is these women running rapid? Is these women doing all of this stuff? That's what happens when a man of substance is not in the forefront. That shit. But we supposed to be like, we got, let me see, we got Dear Mama from Tupac. We got all types of all these songs dedicated to mama. Didn't Fantasia make a song? This goes out to all my baby mamas. Don't nobody care about fathers. Don't nobody care about fathers. And that's the ones we need. We need the structure. We need the protection. We need to be covered. All right, Pop. They need to be covered. They're gone. They booted them women out. It's like what Kevin Samuel said. The boomer generation and a lot of the women from Gen X, they wanted to be independent. They wanted to be different. They seen a lot of these parents grow. A lot of these women grew up with their fathers around and wanted to do something else. And this is what the results of it was. When they seen that they can have a baby and get extra income from the government, they chose that. They chose welfare over Black families. Facts. But it's only so much men can do. But and it's messed up how women will bash Black men, talk trash about Black men, but when something happens or when something crazy goes, like for example, I was at Popeyes the other day. And there was this dude in there irate, talking about cuz woo 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 and doing all this other stuff and just acting crazy. I minded my business. I didn't engage. And you can tell when a person who's not in their right mind wants attention. You can always tell. I ignored it. I didn't have to have my son come and go shoot somebody for me. I didn't have none of that happen because I did what I needed to do, got my motherfucking food, got in my car, and went home. Okay? I'm not about to jeopardize and put nobody in harm's way by trying to argue I'm not doing that. I'm not going back and forth with no man. If that's how you feel, brother, let me go on and remove myself quietly. You know what I'm saying? Like, exactly. Only for women to give us their ass to kiss when we don't. Exactly. They want men around when it's convenient. They want men around when it's convenient. You know what? Everybody's talking about that video when the baby was crying. I refuse to listen to it. I cannot hear it. That'll do something to me. I'm already grossed out about Jalea letting her little 11-year-old sister watch a little boy clap his meat. I just can't. I can't. I can't. So we got to get a hold of these women. We got to get a hold of these women. We got to start with our young daughters. We got to start advocating and letting these women know, yeah, you're doing wrong. You're going down the wrong path. You can do something different. Yeah, Meatball. Meatball. That was her name, Meatball. Now she going to jail because she recorded herself doing all this. Like, she recorded all of the evidence. And now she upset. That's insane. I didn't watch any of that. What was his legs? Yeah, the big mamas is outside. Yeah, we need new big mamas. The big mamas right now is outside at the club with their daughters recruiting. Because let's be real, that's what she did. She recruited CJ. And they got a lucky pick that time, and they thought they was able to do it again with Rico, and you see the results of that. Anyway, y'all. Yeah, they outside. I'm going to get up off here. It was good talking to y'all and chopping it up with y'all. And I got to get to my homework. I got a busy week. I got a lot of stuff to do. I love y'all. I'm out. Squad.
We in a no hyena zone.
Anti-hyena. It's my zone. my zone. It's 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 my zone.